Okay, we're live now, and welcome everybody to another session of Werewolf: The Dark Ages Sveriges Elite campaign. And right off the bat, I want to apologize to anybody who's been watching and this being taking so long as it has. But that's what happens when you play with adults. We all have our real lives and schedules and priorities that tend to take priority over fun stuff like this, but what can you do? Here we are. It's a slow cooker campaign that way. But now we're going to pick it up right where we left off last time. And last time, the session centered around, it actually began right off of the characters entering into this kind of mental transportation into the fungi realm, into the northern parts of fungi, out to the Pow Wow Mountains, as it was explained to them, and there they made all sorts of extinct animals and all sorts of different things that was interesting and all that sort of thing. And my cat keeps sneezing, but yeah, it's. They also met there at the base of a mountain, a Gural, a were-bear who had dedicated his entire life and he's given up his identity to fully commit to the service of the bear totem, the bear totem being the thing that they came to meet in that realm. That was their whole aim. And once the Gural had tested basically the integrity and the intentions and the character of each of the our three protagonists here, he then allowed all of you to go and meet with the totem of the bear. You leaped off of the edge of a mountain and glided through the air to meet the actual totem spirit, who gave all of you kind of premonitions. He gave you all kind of personal omens of what's to come, and what kind of challenges await you in the future that he wants you to meet head first. He talked about how One Fang's history is engulfed in flames, and how that also is waiting for him in his future, and how Red Claw's perception is fogged by the crimson red of his past, fogging his vision and perception of a crimson red future to come, and for Curious Mind warning her about her family's lands being choked by human smoke. And once that was all done, you all descended back from that realm into the penumbra where you had left off with the bear spirit on top of that tree that you climbed together. Now, as the session begins, as we continue on where we left off, that's where you return. It's again like this, kind of like as your whole beings and your particles and all the little atoms of yourself are being deconstructed and reconstructed back where you left off, as this kind of like going in light speed type of a visual is going in your in front of you as you travel back from Fungaia. You all feel this kind of a jolt, this kind of almost like this spiritual, almost like this spear of your consciousness, dropping back to the top of your heads, to the back to your bodies, where you left them at the top of the tree, and each one of your body like tilts back as you were sitting on top of that tree, and all three of you, depending kind of on. I will have each one of you make a Gnosis roll, just to see what sort of a state of mind you are after this trip.
There we go.
That's just what we have for Genosis.
Yeah, the maximum amount that you have there, not the current amount of dots that you have.
Okay. We got a 7. One.
Okay.
I have 1 die, so that's...
Okay.
I have 3 successes.
Okay.
Okay, I had 2 successes, but I had 1 botch, so that gives me 1 success.
Okay. In that case, Curious Mind being the most versed in realm travel, having spent so much time in the realm of the battleground, and also being the third, the shaman of the group, you basically, as you return, it's kind of like just this sensation of kind of like jolting back a little bit, and then kind of like you're back in your body. But for both One Fang and Red Claw, it's this kind of a where you almost fall on your back, where you almost like get this, where you, not almost, where you get this kind of natural kind of a sensation of oh shit, I'm dropping off from the top of the tree type of thing, where naturally you like your hands like go to reach the trunks and you or the branches, and you like stop yourself from falling down from the top. And when you kind of come to, you're kind of like ugh, it's kind of like it's kind of leaves you groggy, and you can feel in your nostrils and on your lips that you've had a little bleeding from your nostril there, as you've had this mental exercise be thrust upon you, except for Curious Mind, who's more zen about this stuff. But yeah, there the 3 of you are back, smack back into the penumbra where your bodies were basically left. And as you're atop of that tree with that kind of a turquoise, night sky with the dozens and dozens of more, millions more stars in the sky, and that giant moon glaring there in the night sky, the bear spirit is no longer sitting there beside you as you came back, but you do hear this crackling of the tree trunk. That is, he's clearly climbing down the tree at this point. But yeah, there you are.
But One Fang kind of begins laughing. He's like, "Oh!" He just kind of retches all over the place. And then he continues laughing uncontrollably. He's like, I don't remember that. I don't remember that last time. He's like, he's sort of out of control at the moment, trying to get a grasp of everything that's just happened to him.
Red Claw, as soon as she feels her very essence flow back into her consciousness, the blood running down her lips, she can taste a little bit as it fills her mouth. And afterwards, that kind of jolts her into being. Her eyes roll back forward, and she kind of stumbles like a newborn deer, like a little fawn. She just stumbles forward a bit, as if trying to learn how to walk again, and then falls face forward onto the ground, facing down amongst a bed of leaves. Her hands gripping tightly onto the branches that are there, breathing heavily as the blood just drips and splatters onto each of the little leaves. And as that happens, those patterns imprint themselves on her mind, and she still thinks back to that almost psychedelic entourage that she has been through, this parade of thoughts and transcribed images upon her brainscape. And now she is thinking about these things. Her eyes are just wide, dilated, and dancing about, even trying to make sense of. She's even having these bizarre thoughts of the patterns of the blood itself, and thinking about things that she would never even have pondered before in the past. So she's just like completely out of it. Bits of her hair just like falling down around her as she just stares methodically.
As Curious Mind's mind returns, she stands there and looks to the skies and makes a sort of a claw symbol in the sky, a sign of thanks. And she looks at her brother and sister and kind of smiles at them. And, well, seeing as Red Claw is enjoying herself, she turns to One Fang and kind of pats him on the back. So, like, there you go. Are you okay?
yeah, I'm fine. He wipes tears from his eyes and just kind of clears his mouth, wipes it on his chest. He's got nowhere else to wipe anything. He just looks up and smiles at Curious Mind. Looks over at Red Claw, notices she's not throwing up, and then he's kind of like conscientious that he just vomited. He's like, "Aw." Kind of looks down, degraded.
She smiles and kind of like strokes him over his head, like putting him to ease, and says, "Shall we climb down the tree as well?"
Yeah, he nods and kind of stands up wobbly a little bit, actually reaches out and kind of holds on to her to help himself up. He smiles and he just kind of concentrates and grows his claws, kind of trying to transform back into any form that'll give him claws so he can climb down the tree, though he's not feeling confident at the moment that he normally would.
As you kind of lean on her and kind of pull yourself up on her, her eyes focus on the fang that is around your neck, and she smiles again and says, "Well, I'll go easy on you this time. I won't race you down."
He's like, "Where's the fun in that?" And he kind of like just jumps and just kind of grabs a branch and starts climbing down as fast as he can.
As all that happens, it sounds like a bit of muddling in her ear as she hears you all talking. It's it's very muted to her mind at the moment, and soon afterwards, she kind of snaps to, just kind of saying in a very surfer sort of way, "Whoa," as she finally just kind of snaps to, her eyes sort of go back to normal, and she kind of stumbles forward, rising up slowly and looking straight up with this look of amazement and astonishment, and then finally, returning her gaze back to a more level viewpoint, she kind of turns and seeing two of you all beginning to make off down the tree, she kind of lightly jogs back and transforming into Krinos, first into Glabros and then the Krinos, and as she does so, it looks a little finicky at first, right? It's a little uneven, like when she goes into Glabra form, it's like her left side gets larger before her right side instead of in a uniformed fashion. And the same thing kind of happens in her Krinos form before she kind of gets her bearings and then begins climbing down alongside you two. But she doesn't say anything, though. She has this look of utter amazement, wonderment, coating her mind and gaze.
As I see one fang climbing down and actually trying to make good time climbing down, I kind of squint my eyes, and I kind of stare down the tree and kind of look if there are proper branches where I can grab myself onto. And seeing that there are, because it's such a huge tree, I actually kind of just jump down and let myself fall, and just at sporadic moments kind of like grab a branch and to slow myself down and kind of swing from branch to branch like almost like a monkey, but not making gravity increase my speed substantially.
Okay. Well, each of you coming down the tree in your own characteristic manners there, you manage to, all of you spot at one point that the bear spirit is, as it's going down in this very regular and normal way, kind of looks up at some point and kind of like seems to have this kind of this look that it's like mentally like shaking its head like and just continuing to climb down. But yeah, eventually you get down and it's like the bark on the tree is really like crunchy as you like sink your claws into it every time, and the branches are really like strong and springy in the way where when Curious Mind lands on them, it's almost like this little cloud of dust and that sort of stuff. Just kind of pops off it as it kind of like springs down from where you can easily like spring forward to another branch, and it kind of helps you leap a little bit stronger there. And every time it's the same like this, and you can like really like ninja your way down if you please. But yeah, everybody eventually gets to solid ground, and it's almost hard to imagine that you're still in the spirit world. You just kind of, Inception style went deeper. You've returned from from Fungaia, but you're still in the penumbra. You're still not in the physical realm. And as you get down back to the grass level, it's the familiar style grass that flows like underwater and all that stuff. There's all sorts of little glowing spirits here and there going about their regular business. Unlike in the Fungaia, everything seems to have the same sort of physical properties as in the physical realm, only more nurturing and more like fulfilling and more kind of like this wild kind of a place, but still not like the penumbra. But yeah, down you are, back on the grassroots level, and right close to this thick tree there was that river stream there where the bear spirit gave you all those salmons before you climbed up the tree to have this little trip of yours where you got to fill your guts, and there was all the rest of your packmates waiting for you when you first climb the tree. But as you come down and you look around, you see that the bear spirit is just kind of slumbering and kind of walking around here and there around the close proximity near the river itself. There's only one member of your pack sitting there, and that's Dusklight. And Dusklight is actually sitting in a kind of a lotus position with his back turned against you, and didn't seem to react to you guys coming down. And you can hear this drumming coming from his proximity, where he's clearly like slapping his thighs in this drumming fashion. But you also hear this double pedal bass from his direction. This kind of how is that possible when he's slapping his thighs? But it's this kind of intense drum solo that's going on in his direction there. But yeah, there you are, come down from the tree.
Hearing the rhythmic drumming, she becomes quite drawn to it, and she will walk forward slowly and kind of just sit beside him and just listen in, letting the music kind of draw her back further inward.
Okay. As you get closer, you do notice that right beside him, like as you come closer, you see what's in front of him. You notice that he doesn't pay attention to you arriving, but right in front of him there's a hare spirit, a jackrabbit spirit that's thumping the ground with one of its feet, and it's giving this like this kind of death metal double bass pedal type of a thing to his like intense thigh slapping music. But as soon as the hare spirit sees you approaching, it immediately stops and looks at Dusklight and says, "Not quite my tempo." And he immediately stops and then looks back and looks at you and notices you, and he immediately turns and sees you there, and just out of the blue, kind of
I assume a non-threatening posture, as I don't want this creature to think that I'm here to prey upon it. So I will assume the non-threatening posture, and she will just gently sit with a bit of a smile on her face, listening in to this music that was going on. Knowing Dusklight's love for the drums, she kind of just sits there and listens. And she has this very whimsical look on her face at this point.
Yeah. though as the kind of music was cut off, he does kind of spring up to his feet. He's in his Krynos form. I forgot to mention, and it will be kind of strange to slap your thighs if you're in your lupus form. But yeah, he gets up and he's kind of like his hands are still really busy, like he's snapping his fingers and slapping his thighs as he's standing there and kind of bobbing his head, and he's looking around at the three of you and is kind of well, I'm glad to see all three of you back. I'm sorry if you kind of had to listen into just those little practicing, embarrassing little practice sessions here. It's I have actually have a lot more of a finished and polished product for you to listen to at some point if you wish to kind of. Give me any pointers into any directions. It's every time you're listening to your own material, it's always like very hard to have it in kind of self-criticism and see it from a outsider's perspective. But yeah, it's good to see all of you come back. It's yeah, the rest of the guys already and gals already left here, and Oxpear was talking about something about going to have dinner at Vildmark since it's already kind of late and that sort of stuff. But yeah, I still stuck around and I'm still getting a good time to practice my little craft here. But the three of you seem to have had a little experience of your own. Seen little something dried up at the nostril level there. I hope you haven't been getting an ass kicking or something at the top of the tree there or something.
I think my mind received an ass kicking, she says, staring down at the dried blood in her fingers. Her eyes just wide in wonderment. And she kind of glances up at him. I think your drums are fine, but they need more instruments added onto it, more variety. Maybe bird chirping?
That's actually something I've been meaning to incorporate. I have a third drummer back in my my drum kit. It's I actually have the hair spirit is a close friend of an ally of mine, but I also have a woodpecker spirit there that also gives me a little bit of a kind of a nice little addition to my drumming there. But at some point I'm gonna have to ask you to come and rate my show a little bit, because an artist needs to be developed, that way. I need to perform in front of a crowd, so to say. And Oxpear and Red Bitch tend to not have, according to their own words, they tend to not have the time, but sometimes they don't seem to have just the patience or the what should I call it? Well, basically they are. It's kind of beneath them to just come in and sit and listen to me, dabble in my little drumming sessions. But yeah, it's you're especially welcome to come and give me any kind of criticisms and comments you like. But well, how are the rest of you? Kind of.
I would love to sit in on one of your drum sessions.
He's kind of like bobbing his head. All right, sounds good.
Yeah, One Fang steps forward, just nodding, just in agreement. He's like, that's like, from what I've always heard, the sounds from your drums elicit the wolf in my heart whenever I've heard them. You should continue with it as much as possible and trust in it.
Now everybody's just kissing my ass. This isn't any way to really develop. I don't need any pandering. What I need is just brutal. Just beat me over the head with anything that you find wrong, anything you need, anything that needs fine-tuning, anything that needs to be carved out, anything that needs to be smoothed out, because there's a room to develop, and I always try to experiment, and I always try to alleviate some sort of a kind of a status quo kind of known methods, and try to put something of my own, but without trying to seem too pretentious about it at the same time. But it's also about he's just rambling.
Yeah, One Thing kind of steps forward, reaches down, grabs him by the shoulder, and says, raises an eyebrow. He's like, When have you ever heard of me pandering anyone?
Well,
Red Claw will glance up as One Fang does that, and then with a head tilted and an eyebrow raised, she'll go, "Loot. You need a loot. Add a loot to this. I think that would be better. More variety, yes?"
hmm. I've never actually tried a lute, but I've gone to Lund and I've seen actual lute playing there. I've never actually seen it in Wildmark. None of the prospectors, none of the salesmen and the merchants that sometimes come there, or the people coming to take the goods back to Lund, never seem to bring any good troubadours or any of that sort with them, or at least if they have, I haven't ever been present at that time, and so
I want to visit the human cities.
It gets quiet as everyone's turns. It's a curious mind.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer actually. If I'm being honest, it's Lund is a terribly crowded place. It's one
I've never
can't
seen
hear.
a real life human before.
Humans
yeah?
tend to be very practical. So if they don't need to bring music with them, they will not. More often than not, they will only bring what is required for a journey. After all, it takes many days to travel from village to village. That means more mouths to feed, and those players often require money, the currency that they use amongst each other.
And also, a lute is a instrument you play with your fingers, and my drumming is all based on the whole hand and that sort of thing. It's a completely different game. I would have to start from scratch basically, and I'd rather. I'm not sure. I might have to incorporate someone who already is efficient with a lute, but it just so happens that the Galliards that play music in the Screaming Eagles tribe specialize in bells. They like to use reindeer bells and stuff like that wrapped around their ankles and stuff. And when they dance, they bell around, and it's like it's a little bit of a one note to my taste. And when someone is telling a good poem, someone is telling a good story, and while I'm drumming, it's also a good addition to have those reindeer bells. And when someone is dancing, but it's kind of on its own. It tends to have kind of a one-note quality to it, in my opinion. But I digress. It's blah, 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 and he kind of gives you again. He just rambles on. But yeah, they're basically the four of you are standing.
Curious Mind is just
with the
interested in
bears
everything he
cheering
says, so she'll just keep listening and go like, They could go in an eternal loop because Curious Mind's like, oh yeah.
What about the rest?
Yeah, I mean, One Fang will turn. He turns to Curious Mind. He's like, hey, would you want to come to my? You could come to my home for dinner. You can meet Agnes.
Agnes is your mate, right?
Yes, she is. She's my wife. Yes.
I'd like to meet her.
He smiles and he looks over at Red Claw.
Red Claw she kind of looks back at you, and she has a raised eyebrow, and she goes, "Oh, you want me to come as well?"
Well, but of course, and you too, Dustlight.
Well, sure. I actually have some things to kind of go through, kind of go over when it comes to this music thing, and I'm also kind of in the middle of with. I don't want to send the hair away and only to have to come calling back later on, and since we're still kind of in the zone while we're like kind of exploring our creative juices when it comes to the whole stratosphere of music. But yeah, it's you guys go ahead. You guys go ahead and do what you will. But I'm gonna stick here, and yeah, Oxpear is if I understood correctly, Oxpear is there having dinner with with his family there in Wildmark. So yeah, have fun. But I'm not gonna be a part of that that crew when he's around. But at some point, especially Red Claw, I actually have something I would like to show you when you do have the time, having to do with the music, but also having to do with a little bit of something a little. Uh, I'm kind of trying to.
Red Claw will approach him and put her hand on his shoulder, and she'll say, "It's all right. Let us say tomorrow."
Yeah, sure. Tomorrow. Yeah.
All right, tomorrow. Concern yourself with it no longer, my friend. I shall be there tomorrow. Come get me whenever you wish. At that point, we shall discuss the thing that you wish to discuss with me, my friend. Worry not about it any further. Please, continue with your friend and practice. Practice your art. Practice your creation. And she'll kind of walk, and then afterwards she'll kind of be kind of like rubbing her head a little bit, and then she'll go, "Well, I suppose we'll need to get ready. It has probably been many hours since we have been outside. It must be getting dark out soon, and I'll need to get clothed if I have to go into the human village." And she kind of says that with like a slightly hung down head, but not in disappointment or anything like that, but it's more like in ponderment, it seems.
Yeah, this is for a curious mind. This all, of course, sets off alarm bells of what clothes? What are you talking about? Type of thing. It's you have no idea really what to expect, and also for One Fang, it's kind of a burden and a responsibility to make sure they don't cause a ruckus nor turn heads and that sort of.
Can't I
Stuff.
just stay in my wolf form?
She turns and looks at you with a raised eyebrow. That will not do. That will alert the other villagers, and they will become quite suspicious and frightened, to be honest.
But I don't have any clothing.
Don't worry, you can borrow some of mine.
She kind of looks you up and down and says, "You're a bit broader and bigger than I am."
Don't worry, the clothing I wear tends to be quite flexible. We can just hem it up in places that needs to be.
Sure, sounds like fun. I never wore clothes before.
I try not to, but around the human villages it is important. Humans place such value on exposure of flesh. It is a strange concept, but one I am accustomed to.
You can see across One Fang's face. He's embarrassed that he didn't even think of that. He just assumed that you could go and not even. It didn't even dawn on him that you needed clothing. And he's like, I'm sorry, it's curious mind. I didn't think it through. I mean, if Red Claw will let you borrow clothes, and I can speak to Agnes, and perhaps she has something that you can also borrow from her to have as your own for when you come and visit, and or I could purchase something, or I can for next time. Definitely, you'll have your own thing, so that yeah.
It also dawns on you, One Fang, that not only you're basically you being away from the town, days at a time, doing your werewolf business, having to have like an alibi and a cover if some people start to get suspicious as to where you always going and why you're always kind of popping out of nowhere type of thing, and also in medieval times vagabonds are very frowned upon. They're basically seen as kind of being running from the law or coming to exploit little settlements and stuff. Basically, they're people who haven't been settled in and don't do work and that sort of stuff. So there's even places where there's medieval laws where like it's not worded as a loitering, but where basically being a vagabond is punishable by death. It's been that much of a serious thing. So so basically, you will have to people like Curious Mind will be very, very dependent on your wit, let's say.
Yeah. Well, I think in One Fang's mind, that's why they had built their home so far away from the village itself, so that it's less conspicuous when they go.
Yeah.
But in his mind right now, he's creating this some sort of story that's true, but not.
Can't hear you. You went mute for some reason.
Sorry about that. That was weird. Yeah, auto mute. It didn't like my story. Damn it! That they're my sort of that they're my cousins, and I'm thinking like maybe at one time generationally we would be cousins. Because one thing doesn't want to ever do is lie about something. It's just not in his nature. So that's he kind of turns to Red Claw and Curious Mind, and probably as they're walking towards the water, where they're probably going to look for their reflection, unless one of them has something reflective to transfer out of the Umbra. He says, "I'm going to say that you are my cousins from." And he kind of thinks about how they speak. And he says, "Nope, that doesn't work. Can't be from France. You can't be from Italy. People will know that." And in
terms, by the way, especially for One Fang, he's like, like not sinking in, just gliding off. Like Italy, France, what?
And you give me I don't know any towns that would be kind of maybe to the north, farther north of what was it, Lund is their biggest city?
Actually, when I look at the map, it's the you guys are basically furthest to the north, where the other towns that are that all fealty to Lund are basically like their farmland towns, their farming towns, and I haven't actually come up with any names for those towns.
All right, well,
I didn't think them to be very
I'll
relevant.
just think of a name that's true. That way I know, obviously One Fang would know the different towns in the area.
Yeah.
He's educated enough to know that, I would think. So he'll just pick one that's kind of far off the beaten path where people probably aren't from there. And since he kind of does all the work for the governor in this small village, he knows where everyone's from. He probably has it, not to mention his work through the clergy. There's not that many people to memorize where they're from and where their families are from, so he'll just choose one where nobody's from that area.
Yeah.
And say that they're from there, and then tell them that, explain that. I don't know any Swedish towns, so I can't even pretend. Even John, I don't even know anyone that I could use. So if you want to just throw in a Swedish-sounding town out there, I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone Swedish.
Yeah, okay, let's say they're from the town called Lundgren, like Dolph Lundgren. So that's a name of a town then now.
Okay, you're all from Lundgren. My accent is not very good.
Doesn't matter. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's your plan basically at this point then.
Yeah, that's the basic concept of what I explained to them, and I'm sure Curious Mind's gonna have something to say. So.
No, she kind of nods and says like, okay, sure.
Red Claw kind of just looks at you with like a raised eyebrow, and she goes, "You are referring to those two, correct? Not me."
Oh, right. You already have right. I forgot.
She kind of just nods her head stiffly, like,
This seems like a bulletproof plan. Everybody has a different idea of a fake backstory, a fake how you tie into one another. All that. Oh boy.
He kind of shakes his head. He's like, I'm not good at this type of stuff, apparently.
Yeah, right as you come to the town edge, like a couple of priests come at you. Who are you? And start to demand answers.
Red Claw will walk up to you, One Fang, and she'll pat you on the shoulder. Do not worry. Unlike our lupus-born sister here, you will have to come up with many excuses, and you'll have to learn how to persuade the other humans to look the other way.
Well, he nods and he smiles at her and he thanks her. But I'll do my. I think I can get it. I understand. I think I'll do my best.
And she kind of
He's like, I'm
grips
gonna
your.
Serious
She grips
mind.
your
I'm
shoulder.
from Lungre.
She'll grab your shoulder firmly, and she'll kind of shake you a little bit to make sure that you're looking at her in the eye, and she has a serious look, and she goes, "This is important. This is not merely a game of which that children play. No human should know about anything that what we truly are. Should they even glimpse upon our true forms, our inner selves, they will be driven mad. That is catastrophic. No such thing must ever be revealed unto them. They must remain ignorant of their ways as they should be. You must understand this one thing. It is disastrous for them to know of our existence. They cannot handle it. What is done has been done from ages past. The old wounds still scream in the back of their gray minds."
You see the self-doubt that was on his face, which now turns more to determination as he remembers being taught, because he had to memorize the litany and everything that goes along with it. And he kind of draws back to that moment when he was facing the bear, that strength that he had, that temporarily, and you feel that he kind of has that determination in his eye now where he's focused again, pushing all that doubt and humanity out of him back to where he's now more of the wolf, of the bear, that allows him to be strong. And he's like, he grins this time, kind of half smirks at you and says, "Thank you for reminding me."
I would also recommend, my friends, to talk to the lore keepers. They may enlighten you to the many histories of our kind. It is important to know these things, for they will lay the foundation upon the reasoning of why we must do what we do. It is important, as all of us should remember. But I have no doubts that we shall succeed. The humans are not as privy as others. They can be easily persuaded to look the other way and not be suspicious. One just needs a very convincing story.
My name is Curious Mind. I'm from Lungre.
Oh, curious mind, you
Nods.
cannot use
I
that.
got it.
You're going to need a human name.
I can't be from Lungre.
Poor one.
Red Claw kind of just stares at it, and she kind of just nods her, she kind of just shakes her head, and she goes, "Curious Mind, you cannot call yourself Curious Mind to the humans. You must have a, you must use a human name."
Oh. I'll call myself Marlin.
That is excellent. I like it. And I think the humans will like it as well.
I just want to know if that's actually a Swedish name or if it's that if it's a gibberish name. Is it like intentionally like? Did you look up like a Swedish name or something or?
It's an actual I have family in Sweden, and one of them is called Marlin, so I just thought.
Oh, okay. Because I just wanted to check if you just said something like, "Oh, then my name is Sauron."
Yeah. I will be
Yeah.
called Aragorn. Yes.
Yeah.
In our pretend world, that works.
Yeah. Okay. Damn, camera keeps slipping on. Anyway. Yeah. So, continuing on from that. So yeah, I guess you're all still like standing in front of the stream, having none of you having stepped sideways yet back to
Yeah,
the.
Curious Mind's stomach will grumble, and she will be like, "Let's get on our way."
Yes, of course. And she'll kind of look towards you, Wen Fang, and kind of nod to do the honors.
One Fang smiles, steps forward, and looks into his image in the water and tries to step sideways.
Okay. Only one of you needs to do the whole opening of the portal thing. But yeah, as you look at your reflection on the surface of the water, and as you look at your own reflection, you see the blood that's dried and dribbled on the half of your face. As you look into your reflection and open the portal to the gauntlet, it again opens in front of all of you slowly into this reflecting pool-like surface with the Tesla-style edges to it, and it just widens in front of you, just waiting for you to step through.
One Fang waves to Dusklight and then jumps through the portal.
I follow.
Yeah, Red Claw will nod to Dusklight, and then she'll walk right through the portal as well.
Okay. Once all of you have basically leaped through it, you exit back into the physical world where this whole day for you started. It's been a long, eventful day with a couple of really deep spiritual kind of realms that you went into. First into the lake spirit and dealing with the creature inside there, and then coming out and during the same day going into the whole Fangaia place. So it's been an eventful one day for sure. And yeah, as you exit through the hole, your feet again like land on this grass that has this kind of a evening dew, like it's been a little bit of a rain a little while ago, where all the greenery is moist and wet and all that, and there's a little bit of a breeze. The end of the summer is basically near. It's something like it's kind of pretty a month away from where we are basically now at. So I actually have to count. It's like
So, like today, September, October.
so somewhere like August. So I have to do that thing where I have to go through all the months and finish. Then I have to okay, it's the 8th, and then go through all the months in English. So yeah. So yeah, and so the evenings and the early mornings are kind of breezy at this point in the year, and yeah, it's dark already. It's completely like as if night at this point. It's the sky is littered with stars and the moon, though it's kind of refreshing to see the moon as it is now, as opposed to how it is in the penumbra as this ginormous globe. But now it's the same size as in our physical world. And yeah, you're in the forest there, in your Pax territory, and yeah, there you are.
Redclaw takes in a deep breath, enjoying this very nice, cool weather that is abound. And the fact that it's dark makes her kind of smile with glee. She looks over towards Curious Mind and she'll say, "Well, my sister, let us make to my place. Follow me." And she'll assume Lupus form, as she will sneak in to the back way into her place. And since it's dark out, the humans won't notice them as much.
Hmm. Okay. By the way, did we ever establish if I think Red Claw just likes to go into Wildemark every now and again. I don't think you have an actual home there, or did we establish something like that?
No, we haven't established the allies or anything yet that I have.
Yeah, that's right. You have allies, and we haven't established that.
That's fine. I mean, it's nothing that needs to be hammered out immediately. That can be done later.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Well, that's that's my fault, but
that's all right.
but okay. Well, if anybody comes with a torch, who goes there? And it's like, oh, that's my ally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I said go. I mean, I'm gonna assume that Red Claw knows where I live. I guess technically.
Yeah.
I
And
can
then I
follow you.
will.
I can follow the scent.
Oh yeah, you gotta definitely
Yeah, and also it's um, basically one Fang's place is still a part of the town, but it is the most kind of secluded. It's the most to the side of all the other buildings there. It's not like in this kind of cluster, of buildings, but it's still a part of it, but where you can't just walk in your Krynos form in full confidence into his house. It's it could be expected that Agnes has somebody visiting there or something like that.
Yeah. Well, why they think
So
one Fang transforms into what is faster, the Krynos form or the large wolf form?
the large wolf form, his bow is the fastest form.
All right, so he transforms through all the forms into his roast form and begins running as fast as he possibly can. His heart begins pounding. He's full of everything that's happened for the day. He's having, as he's running and exerting himself like he always does, he begins to just recollect everything and reestablish his memory so that he patterns it so he knows everything about it. And at the same time, he's going to see Agnes, who he hasn't seen for, well, a day, whatever. That's
Ooh,
Basically, are you running off, leaving your two pack mates behind at this point?
well, they were heading off to Red Claw's home.
Mm.
So I have to get my clothes, which are off in the woods that are north of my house.
Yeah, you most likely all of you would, except for Curious Mind, would have some sort of a secret stash where you keep your clothes all tidy and wrapped up so that you can put your human clothes on before you go to the human settlement, so that you don't have to like run in naked into the human settlement and quickly go to the wardrobe. Um, so yeah, as you run there, after a good while, you arrive to the point as you've gone through the woods with all the trees just flying past you as you go on full speed. As you arrive to basically where you keep your stash, do you have any specific place where you would want to have your stash be? Like under a rock, under a tree trunk, or in a tree, up a tree, or
Yeah, no, I would have mine that are wrapped in a like a waterproof cloak, all my clothes. Then they're probably up in a tree, way not at the top, but farther than a human would just normally climb, since I can climb the tree really easily.
Okay.
Put it up there, and then just tied to a branch. And when I run, I just run, grab up scurry up the branches, grab my clothes, and drop down.
Okay.
Unless they're not
Well,
there.
there you are. You have your waterproof cloak there, and inside you have your regular clothes. Since you do not work really in the clergy anymore, are these like more like recreational clothes? They're not like official clothes that you wear when you do your accounting stuff with the Lord.
Yeah, the clothes that I keep here are my what I consider my hunting clothes, the clothes that I wear when I go out and do my field research and stuff like that. As I'm kind of keeping up the idea that I'm also cataloging species of animals and plants for medicinal purposes. That's one of my covers. I don't know.
That's cool. Oxpear, for one, he has the cover story of being, a hunter. That he makes his trade hunting animals, and he mostly hangs around in a hunting shack far off in the woods and goes from hunting shack to hunting shack to point to point. So that's why he often doesn't spend the night in the town, but he does visit often. So yeah. So yeah, you got your clothes there, your outdoor clothes all suited up, and you already, like, you can see in your mind's eye like your little house there that you Your little love nest is right that way in front of you, only a short distance away.
Yeah, I mean, at first he starts walking because he doesn't want to be suspicious, but then he can't help but just starts running towards the door as fast as he can. In human form, obviously, as a human.
Okay.
And then as he's running, he's drawing in all the air around him, trying to pick up Agnes's scent.
Okay. As you get closer and closer, there's something peculiar that happens with picking up Agnes's scent. When you get closer to the house, you pick up the scent of someone, but you can't be sure who. It's an unfamiliar scent. It could be like you haven't gone to every single villager and smelled them like thoroughly to recognize a scent of someone, but you do recognize the scent of someone who's not like Oxspear or anything like that. And as you arrive to the house, you see that there's no light emanating from inside the from the windows or anything like that. So there's most likely nobody home, or if somebody is, they're asleep or something.
Being nervous that she might be sleeping, and then he reaches out and kind of just opens the door to see if the back door might be bolted, so he just kind of gently lifts it to see if it opens.
Okay, you walk past your regular firewood chopping section there near the
the strange scent. Yeah, the strange scent has got like the back of my hair just sticking up. I'm ready to rip some apart because I don't know who it is.
Okay, as you enter through the back door very silently, you notice that there is nobody sleeping there, but though the bed is made, basically everything is kind of tidy. Though you do notice little things. You do notice certain little things where Agnes, when she grabs something, she has the tendency to put it back where she took it, like spoons or kettles or shoes or anything like that. She tends to have the habit of leaving everything kind of clean. She keeps a rather neat household. And as you come in with there no lights being there and all that, you do notice that there are stuff. Some of your books are not where you left them. Some drawers look like they're not all the way shut. They're only halfway there, and that sort of thing. And as you're there, you notice that scent again. You notice that it's to your nose, it's just someone's scent, but that's about it.
Would I don't know if this sounds. If I transformed, would I be able to smell better, like to get a more definitive knowledge of who it is, or at least to the point where I can memorize it if I come across it again?
Well, basically, I was originally thinking, should I have you roll, and this would have been basically a good roll. Basically, if you would have rolled badly, you wouldn't have picked up any scent. So I just breezed through that and just gave you the...
Yeah, so I just do as as I can, trying to memorize everything that goes into that scent, everything that makes that person who they are.
Well, you can memorize this scent. Now that you're sensing it, it's like, okay, you can now like save this into your data bank, but you don't have anything in your data bank to compare it to at this point.
Right, yeah. No, I meant
familiar smell, but if you smell it again on someone, you will recognize it most likely.
That's what he's thinking, yeah. And then he starts thinking to himself that perhaps if Oxspear is in town, this whole time his heart's pounding in his chest. He's almost raging, but he's not quite that mad. As maybe she's just with her family. And then he doesn't even know if Red Claw or Carrie they can't read. I don't know if they can read or write.
Most likely no.
Probably not. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't spend too much time thinking about it. He's like, he just assumes Red Claw can track him down. He goes out the front door, takes off his cloak, the waterproof cloak, grabs his normal day cloak that he would wear, and heads out the door really quickly and starts walking down the street towards where his extended family is, where Agnes's family is.
Okay. So in that case, as you walk walk on for as you walk onward on that road towards the Algren house, you notice after a little while the light emanating from that house. You notice the windows and all that, and there's a little smoke coming from the from the top, there, and it kind of looks very warm and inviting and that sort of thing, and as you get closer, you hear these kind of laughs, and you hear these this kind of a tone of conversation that's going on, and you pick out, without any problems, you pick out the sound of Oxpear, and you pick out the sound of Agnes, so you know immediately that at least they are in that house right now.
All right. So one spear who was walking, not running, but determinedly fast walking towards him, kind of slows down slightly, and just kind of sniffs the air once more. Does he pick up that scent at all?
No, you don't.
All right. So he kind of frowns, and then he continues onto the house. When he gets there, he'll knock on the door.
Before you get to the door, you kind of walk past one of the windows, and it kind of it's like automatic. You turn your head to watch, to look, to peek in a little bit, and as you're walking by, and this kind of warm, inviting, light emanates from that window, and you look in, you see that there's the big table that they have in their, like, the main room there, and you see that Agnes's mother, Camilla Algren, is slaving by the stove there, stirring something, and all that sort of thing, and on the table you can see that Hugo Algren, Agnes's fake father, or father, not fake, whatever. Forget this. Is sitting by the table, and Oxpear is sitting beside the table, and Agnes is helping her mother along, and there's kids running around, and her small siblings and all that, and there's this kind of very nice air all around, and something that kind of stands out to you is that this can't be the first time, but it feels kind of like it. You see Oxpear very naturally looking like he's smiling, very much like this, and this kind of a warm conversation that's, it's just like that time when, and he looks like the polar opposite of what you're used to seeing him as. So basically, he's very warm and kind and all around like a nice guy when you peek through the window there.
Yeah, one thing stops and that catches his eye, but then as Agnes turns, he kind of sees her with her swollen belly, since she's close to popping anytime soon.
6 months. So yes, there is a definite baby bump, but it's not ginormous yet.
He just kind of fills with warmth and just kind of stares at her, forgetting everything around him, just enamored by her. Almost to the fact that he probably just stands there probably for a good minute or so, and if no one bothers him, then he'll kind of wake up from it, shakes his head, and smiles at himself, and just kind of shakes his head, walks up to the door, and then knocks lightly on the door.
Okay. As you knock, we will shift scenes to Red Claw and Curious Mind, but I will ask all of you to entertain the viewers, because once again my peanut-sized bladder is torturing me.
At least it's your bladder that's peanut-sized.
It's a good time for me to also go take a bathroom break, so I'll be right back.
Oh, Christ.
Well, instead, I will enlighten the viewers as to the humble abode of Red Claw. Uh, it's typically at the base. You're gonna see like various stone and mortar put in place, but then at the top you've got this moss-covered roof that that's filled with grass and stuff that covers the top of it. Kind of meshes into the hillside and stuff. Very typical of houses of that era. And with this one, it is no different. There are windows and such, but nothing super prominent. A very humble abode, but it is a quite large one. It is not small. And as those two approach, um, that will be the first sight that they'll see. There'll be a little bit of a light on the inside, a little bit of the candle glowing from the back. Yeah.
I imagine like leaves just everywhere because you haven't been there to rake or anything. So it's just like or clean up your yard. It's just covered in like all different types of foliage that's now falling from the trees since it's fall.
But there actually is somebody there.
Oh, there is. Holy shit! We
Ah,
got someone that we don't know about.
yes.
If you're married, if you have kids, I'm gonna be mad.
The plot thickens, eh? The plot thickens.
I have no idea what just transpired, but
He just described the house, the way the house looked to the audience.
oh, okay. Please describe it to me as well. I have no idea what
Um,
shack.
It like the typical houses of that era. You've got like the brick and the mortar and stuff for the base, right? But then towards the top, it's got that moss-covered roof with various grasses and foliage coming out of it. With the very tall roof and stuff. That was sort of the idea I had in mind. There are windows in there. They're not super big, but the structure itself is actually quite large, and there is a candle glow that you can see in the windows.
Um, how um, how close or how removed from the actual town of Wildmark would this be? Would it be completely in the wilderness and completely like a hermit's house or something, or would it be just somewhere kind of near? Or
I would actually say that it would actually be very much near
okay,
the town. Be very close. There, you would definitely be able to see other houses in the distance.
okay, okay. In that sense, since I have the map here, is it since looking at the map, the house of the Algren family from which Agnes derives from is very much in the west part of the town and kind of northwest. In the north, there's the lake, and very much in the, kind of like the southwest, there's the whole chapel and the graveyard and all that. And south is out of the town. So mm, I guess you'll just be kind of just somewhere around there, wherever it fits, really, like close to the edge of the woods, where your house would be like the first house of the town when you come in through the woods, and though that is kind of what One Fang's house is. Hmm. Okay, well, we'll figure that out off game at some point, but at this point, you want it to be basically, you know, very near the town where you will see other houses from your house.
Yeah, in fact, we can even go as far as say it's like actually, just right in the town.
Okay. Uh, so in that case, you would have to arrive into town with basically has a Red Claw at this point. I think I kind of fell off the cart a little bit, off the tracks when you described it. I kind of for some reason thought that you are already there. Since Red Claw and Curious Mind are on their way to that house. What about your stash where you would keep your human clothing? Because I was thinking, like, if it's right next to human settlements, it's like you coming in naked with a wolf that has like an antler sticking out of her head, type of thing. So,
Red Claw, in the tradition of her friend that she has, her companion, Eiderdrake, she will look into a tree that there is where there is a hole that used to belong to a woodpecker, but has long since been abandoned. And it's not a very high place either. Like a human height would be more than enough to reach in and get it, but blocking it and kind of alerting that there's something there. There's like several stones placed there in a certain pattern. There would just be 3 stones placed next to each other at the foot of it, and then she will walk up and then reach inside, and covering the front of it, there's actually be little decorations of vines and stuff, kind of acting like little curtains in a way. And she kind of parts that veil and reaches inside, and then grabs out a white clothing that she'll pull out, and she'll kind of dress herself in it immediately, fitting it over her, putting on these various shoes and stuff, and tying them up a bit around her ankles. And the dress itself is the top and bottom portion is white, but there's also a sort of a light blue mantle that goes over top of it. And then around that, there's also a dark green cloak that goes underneath of that. So you see these layers being put on and stuff. And afterwards, she'll kind of start shrugging her shoulders a bit, kind of getting used to the clothing being on her body. And then afterwards, she'll look at you, and
while you're getting dressed, Curious Mind is constantly like looking at you and sniffing at the clothing that you're putting on and trying to make sense about how you're putting it on and that sort of stuff.
She takes note of that, and she actually moves a bit slower when she does, making sure that you see the fine intricacies of it. And after tightening up her waist a bit with the belt, she'll then look towards you, Curious Mind, and she'll say, "All right, track me through the woods as I approach my homestead."
All right.
That way as to not alert the other villagers. Try to lie low as well, my friend. And she'll begin making her way off, approaching from the village in a most casual manner, as Curious Mind trails her from the woods. And then I suppose after a while they will run into her house that she will approach. And when she approaches there, she'll kind of stand there and wait a bit, and she'll kind of signal for you to approach from the back after she looks around and making sure no one's out and about.
It's pretty much exactly as you left it. It's there isn't any sign of anybody meddling into the apartment. Of course, there's most likely a lot of people would kind of wander about and kind of like, I guess nobody's home type of thing. Especially in these kind of small little communities, people tend to have the tendency to just kind of invite themselves into other people's, houses and stuff. So it's very likely that somebody might just walk in and kind of like look and see that no, nobody's home, and then just leave and that sort of thing. But there isn't anything, nothing's out of place, and everything is pretty much as you left it, and it's kind of minimalistic the way you tend to keep it.
All right, and with that, she will look over towards you, Curious Mind. When she gets inside, she'll open up the back door and kind of gesture for you to come on in.
I'll look around, and she has a trouble staying focused on the door because, well, there's so much to see and to smell already, and
Okay. Um, you're in your wolf form, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll a stealth plus dexterity roll for me. It's dark, so it's very believable that nobody would notice you, but there is possibility.
Let's see. As a wolf, I have a dexterity of 4, and I have a stealth of 1. So that's 3 successes.
Okay, that's more than enough. Mostly I was just seeing if you would have botched, then that would have had severe consequences. But yeah, and nobody seems to notice, and you don't even seem to notice that many people, if not any people, really walking around at this hour outside. If somebody would be outside, they would most likely be in a workshop or on a porch or something like that, but not like people just walking around, just what's going on type of stuff, at this hour. But yeah, you manage your way in through the back door just fine.
I'm sniffing a lot. I'm just.
Uh, Red Claw, noticing this, kind of smiles, and she kind of gestures for you into her area, and she'll open up a closet which is filled with all kinds of clothes. There's all kinds of them in there, various
Stick my
quality and
snout
stuff.
in it.
Yeah, and this is the first time you've seen an actual building. In the werewolf place that you hung around in, everything is pretty much open air. There's structures that have been built, but nothing like this. And it's I can't remember at which point some spirit or something described to you that humans live in like they've built caves for themselves, out of wood and stuff like that. And you know how I think it was in your prelude somebody said that the human cities and settlements are kind of like ant hills or something of that sort. And that kind of stuff returns to your mind as you're going through this. It's kind of like a furnished cave or something of that sort that's like being built in this kind of, it has these square angles and this kind of, it's very peculiar and strange when you first get to see and sniff it.
I'll scratch the walls and I'll scratch the floor and I'll sniff everything and actually start biting in some things that seem odd to me.
She'll
Well,
st-
Red Claw can say goodbye to her beautiful chair legs and all that. There's a wolf just going through them. So
Red Claw will actually be looking, and she'll actually start like tapping her feet with her hands on her hips as Curious Mind goes about her business, and she's like, um, Curious Mind, I know that this is a new experience for you, but which one of these outfits suits your fancy?
I'll look at them. The one with the most natural colors. She'll point at that one and say, "That one."
All right, and she'll take it out and she'll kind of hold it up and she'll go, all right, well, um,
So
goes with
definitely not white. It'll probably like brownish,
neon pink.
greenish, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
she'll kind of hold it up and she'll grab some shoes that match with it and she'll kind of set it down to the floor and she'll look at you to go, all right, well, if you don't mind, change into your human form.
She'll change, and as she's once again in her human form, which she is very hardly ever, she actually will look at her human form again, and she'll look at Red Claw and say, "Are we identical?"
Red Claw kind of furrows her brow at the thought of that, in contemplation, not in any form of aggression or offense. She looks to you. No, no. When we are similar, We are not alike. We are not exactly the same.
I will mention at that point that if I can't remember if any of either of one of you have seen Curious Mind in her human form. She is she is extremely attractive, and she has extremely long blonde hair on her. I think you had like it reached all the way to your your butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so so yeah, she looks kind of wild, but very fair.
Yeah, she'll look at you and she'll say, no, no, there's quite a lot of differences. But you will notice that while Red Claw has on her clothing, she looks way different. She looks fairly elegant, very feminine. Not at all with the, because you can't see the toned muscular features of her body. It is actually quite easy to forget those things. Even some of the scarring, a good majority of it is quite hidden, except for maybe traces of it on the neck, which the cloak does a good job at hiding.
What about Eiderdrake? Did you leave him in the tree, or did you bring him with you here?
Actually, he is brung with her. She has a satchel that she carries, and Eider Drake will sit comfortably in the satchel with her, stuffed away inside,
Okay.
um, much like a seed in the ground, if you will. And you know, Gredclaw will proceed to actually put on the clothes onto you, Curious Mind, and she'll show you and walk you through the various methods and kind of like why they're there and stuff. These are sleeves. They go over here and stuff like that. Trying to give you some hints to the human mindset, as it were.
While you're doing this, and she has no problem talking to you while the skirt and the thing are over her head. So she's like, where does the smoke come from?
Oh, that comes from the chimney.
Huh? Where do
She
humans have a chimney?
right here, and she'll point towards the back room, and there'll be what looks like a place where there's a bunch of burnt wood. It is there. They burn the logs there. Creates heat and warmth.
As my
Allows for
as my head
cooking.
pops out of the thing, and says, no, I don't mean the fire from the wood. I mean the smoke from the humans. How do they make it? Where does it come from? She again kind of looks at herself.
The kind of wearing clothes for the first time. It's kind of like if you put those winter clothes on dogs or something where they kind of lift awkwardly their feet when they walk. That's how it feels like for the first time wearing clothes. It's extremely awkward to wear them, even though they're kind of comfy clothes. But yeah, sorry for cutting in. Continue on.
What do you mean smoke?
She kind of looks around and kind of leans into you and says, "The bear, he said, my land, it was in danger of human smoke. I figured it was smoke that humans made, but I can't figure out where it comes from."
The only smoke that humans make come from the fires that they learn how to build. That is the only kind of smoke that I know of.
Your body doesn't make smoke?
Not unless it is caught aflame.
I didn't read anything about it in the books. It didn't make sense how they could make smoke with their body. What would get so hot?
She kind of looks up almost casually as you say this, and she kind of rubs her chin. I think burning a man by the stake would be enough for that. Being tarred and then put aflame, that would work too. Yes.
Hmm.
And you'll notice that like the way she carries herself when she puts on their clothing is actually quite different. There's almost a slight regalness to her as she holds herself. And afterwards, she'll kind of look you over with your clothes on. She'll pat you on your shoulders, kind of brush off a few things. This will do nicely. I think this will fit you just well. But one more thing, and then she'll go into the back, and you'll hear like the clinging of different instruments and stuff, and she'll get out a candle with a little lantern over top of it, and she'll begin to light that. And afterwards, carrying it over to you, she'll go, "All right, let us make out and head towards our friend One Feng."
One point that you do notice as you're about to prepare to leave is that after she has gotten that, the clothes on, it's like her hair is like inside, the neck hole there, and when they're like, whoosh, like taken out, it, her hair has never been combed in her entire life. Let's put it that way. So it's
Oh,
kind of like it's another sight to behold, really.
well,
So
when when she sees this, she kind of stops before she hits the door, and she kind of sighs a little bit, and she sets the candle onto a table, and she kind of stops you right where you're at. Curious mind goes, "All right, you need to sit down real quick." And she'll go into the back, and she'll pull out a comb and walk up to you. "All right, this will take but a moment." And just begin combing your hair.
Ow! Ah! What are you doing?
Combing your hair. It is not straight. It is like the branches of the trees. It is everywhere. Sometimes they need to be trimmed. In this case, yours need to be
Ah!
straightened out. Oh, I know it.
Why? It's fine the way it is.
Not to the humans, it is not. If they see you like this, they will ask questions. Why does she have such hair like that? That's no way for a human to look. That is no way for a woman to be. That's what they will say. They will ask such questions. And those questions, well, they lead to more questions. Well, why is she there? Why is she at your house with such hair? Oh, this isn't right. And it just leads on to more uncomfortable scenarios. And, well, I don't like chatting with people as much as I can, so I will avoid such things by you having nice,
Ah!
straight hair. Oh, this is quite a knot. This might hurt a bit. Hold on. Oh, there we go. And she'll like
well,
pull out a twig occasionally and maybe some other stuff like that, and she'll continue until the hair is nice and straight, and afterwards she'll actually start massaging your head a little bit afterwards, kind of running the fingers in there and just kind of making sure you're a little more relaxed, and then afterwards she'll kind of pull the hair back and around, stroking it with her fingers and making sure that's nice and straight and flowing. There. I'm
You only
sorry
do
if
this all
that
the
was.
time?
Well, I avoid that with these, and she'll kind of just show her braided hair. Is like, this makes things much easier. I never have to, and plus it is in fashion. And she kind of flips it back.
Can we go now? I'm hungry.
Yes, of course. And she'll grab the candle and she'll turn to you and say, "Should you ever find yourself walking around at night, be always sure to have this on hand. It'll make the humans raise suspicion if you don't have one. They cling closely to their sources of light. The fire keeps them comforted, like the stories of old, that warms them, that makes them comforted in the thought that the darkness will always be warded at bay by such things."
Hmm. Okay.
And with that, she'll open the door, wait for you to come out, then she'll lock the door and bolt it up and close it. And then she'll look at her again. "Oh, curious mind, as we're walking, should you ever find yourself possessing your own place here, always be sure to close the door and to lock it. Humans have a tendency to just wander in when uninvited. It is a part of their curious nature."
Why would I lock something? I don't have anything to hide.
But the humans tend to take whatever they feel like they can.
She kind of shrugs. What's wrong with that?
Well, a lot of things. Humans, they like their possessions, their items, their trinkets. What's theirs is theirs. This house, for example, it is my place. The humans around here recognize and acknowledge that. They also know that if they walk in uninvited, that there will be trouble. She kind of raises an eyebrow when she says that and has this sort of like um, very certain look about her when she says it. Um, the humans know that if they were to tread upon another human's settlement without permission to enter inside, there are often dire consequences.
You
There are
kill them?
thieves. Well, depends on the severity of it. Sometimes there's the occasional drunkard that is offered with a beating and a slam to the ground, but then occasionally you have thieves. These are a breed of humans that like to steal from other humans because, well, humans value things, trinkets, items. Um, a tree that if is in their property, that tree is theirs. No one else can have that tree. And so if someone were to come along and, let's say, steal a spoon or something like that,
Or a
um,
tree?
or a tree, that would be treated with severe punishments, in most cases, death.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Humans are aggressive.
Very much so. They're also curious, but they can also be very charming at times. Hmm.
As you walk along, the first smell that really like hits Curious mind right off the bat, like she notices and kind of like tenses up, is that the family, the Sundman family, has four hunting hounds, and their house is a little far off, and Red Claw knows how to walk past them without alerting the dogs or anything like that, so that middle of the night they don't start barking for nothing and that sort of thing. But their scent definitely hits Curious Mind right off on her nose, and she immediately uh, recognizes that there are hunting hounds in this town here.
You smell that? We should go and see.
Wait, what? No, what? No, 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 no.
No, come on. I start walking in that direction.
No, she'll grab your shoulder firmly, and she'll like stop you, and she'll kind of pull you back a bit, and she'll look at you and go, "You must never." And she kind of sniffs the air. You smell them, don't you? The dogs.
Yes.
Yes, you should never communicate with those creatures. They're not like the wolves. They are.
I know they're not wolves.
Exactly. That makes them even worse. You see,
Even worse than
they.
what?
Well, that makes them worse than. Well, kind of. She kind of gets lost in thought. They're worse in the fact that they. mm, Well, they don't react very well towards our kind. When they catch upon our scent, they are driven wild. They sense our nature, our true nature, and as such they will react. This will make the humans ask more questions, and that is more uncomfortable things you must tell them, more things you must have to explain away. But after a time, this will make the humans untrusting of you, and they will begin to treat you differently. The worst case is that they think that you're a witch of some kind, and that they'll try to burn you at the stake. Something you want to avoid.
Yeah.
Humans are very easily scared, as are the animals that they keep with them. It is their nature, deep down. A lot of fear.
Hence the fire.
Mm. The fire that keeps them safe, as well as their animals that they have subjugated.
I see.
Mm.
It's making sense now.
Hmm. And she kind of nods with a bit of a grin. Come, always make sure to avoid this place. And as we're walking, she'll show you the routes to take to kind of walk around and stuff.
As you're walking around, you can both do a well. There's no need to make a roll for that. You can both see it clearly before it happens. You notice a human basically walking around, walking along one of the paths there throughout the town, and it's clearly someone carrying two buckets of most likely water. You know, kind of like waddling. There, you can notice like the dark silhouette of the figure, and you can hear the sloshing of the water in the buckets. The sounds and what you're seeing is painting a clear picture, but you don't recognize who it is yet. But she is, or I spoiled it. The person is walking towards your direction, basically from where you're walking.
Red Claw will look at Curious Mind and she'll kind of slightly nudge you. See there? There's a human in their natural habitat. Do as I do. And as she makes eye contact with this person, she will lean her head forward in a slight nod and say, "Greetings. A lovely evening, is it not?"
Greetings. A lovely evening, is it not?
Well, as the person comes close enough for you to say greetings, Red Claw will recognize her as Esther Halvik, the daughter of the horse cab driver of the city, and you don't know the villagers that well personally, but you do know that this particular woman, this young woman, is extremely kind of not very social. She constantly like looks downward, like right ahead of her feet, type of thing, but constantly like looks up from where she's looking down when she moves onward. So when she walks to proximity to you guys, she kind of like she does like this one hesitative step and then continues to walk again forward and keeps like raising her eyes as she's going to cross you. And when you say greetings. And lovely evening and all that. She, after a little while, she kind of mutters back, if the Lord willeth, and then Curious Minds repeating phrase kind of smacks on top of that, and she looks kind of confused, but she just kind of wants to get away from the situation, no matter who you would be, kind of thing.
How does she look? Is she considered attractive by many of the human males there?
No. She's not considered that attractive. She's not like butt ugly, but she's kind of like she isn't anybody desires for their kids to marry type of person. She's extremely shy, but she works like. From what you know of her, you know mostly that she's not that attractive. She has long hair. She wears very plain, dark-colored clothes, and she lives in a very pragmatic and a very harsh religious household. And she has that kind of beaten dog kind of demeanor.
Red Claw will look over towards Curious Mind, and she will say, well, once we're out of earshot of that woman passing by, she'll say, "Ah, that human there. That's something else you need to observe. Many of the human males place different values on females depending upon their attractiveness. She isn't exactly what they would call marriage worthiness? So she likely, because she has no mate, she has to bear all the workload on her own.
At this point, I will have only Curious Mind make a Perception plus, well, let's say alertness roll.
Not primal urge?
No,
Okay.
alertness. Just to see if you see something.
Let's see. Perception is 4. Alertness is 2. Sorry, extra dice. Normal difficulty?
Yeah.
Let's see. 3 successes.
Okay. Once Red Claw starts to talk to you, you kind of notice that behind you, after she had walked off and kind of went long enough of a distance for Red Claw to start speaking, comfortably, you do notice that she kind of, as she's gone kind of away from the view, she kind of does creep up and she stares from the distance where she clearly looks like she is confident that you don't see her staring at you. Like she looks like she's not like leaning to like the edge of a building or anything, but she is in the distance at this dark of a stage of the evening that she looks like she doesn't expect you to notice her staring at you as you walk along and as Red Claw talks.
While Red Claw's talking, I'll kind of head kind of like turns to the side and kind of looks in the direction of this woman and says, "Oh, she finds us interesting."
As soon as you say that, Red Claw stops and she turns on her heel immediately to look back.
And at that point, it's like a flock of birds. She's gone. She's like she just like immediately like went away as soon as she gained any idea that you noticed her. So
As I said, Curious Mind, humans are quite curious. She is a very unsociable one. This is a trait that most humans don't really favor. They tend to isolate her most especially. If you do not talk to people, they will think badly of you. Humans have an insatiable desire to talk to one another, even if it's about something so mundane as, I don't know, the weather, crops this year, has your wife gotten rid of the lice out of her hair, that sort of stuff. They talk about these things incessantly. And don't get me started about makeup and looks and all the males constantly talking about their conquests and beds. Oh, it is incessant. And then like she just kind of has this very annoyed, regal look about her as she does this, and she just keeps walking.
yeah, Curious Mind does notice that that Red Claw is ceaselessly talking about how humans ceaselessly talk. So yeah, you two continue on your merry way. Is there anything specific you would want to mention before you would arrive at your destination?
Red Claw will be sure to like just as they're walking, generally show her the layout of the town. This here over there, that is the place where the humans do the worship to their their god, as they like to put it. Um, Over here, this is a place where they bury their dead. Not too far from there, humans take a great amount of effort to disguise their dead. They bury them there, and they'll put a stone in place that marks where they have been. A lot of lineage can be found there. That's the one place. That's the
Yeah, like
meatery.
something like concept of that's where they worship their god, and that's where like what they do what like it's again like constantly like the new concepts being bombarded into your head like.
Well, yeah, well, Curious Mind is in the same phase where she was like in the battleground, like accepting everything. Like, okay, yeah, sure, we worship a god. That's fine.
Humans will often quote passages out of a book. I don't keep it upon me. Where was it? It's back at my place. I will show you it sometime. It's called the Bible. They will often quote passages out of it. That woman that we met earlier, the Lord's blessing, that refers to one of the many figures in their writings in that church over there. I'm sure one thing could tell you wonders about it. He seems quite enamored with it. Yes, even after discovering Gaia, he seems quite enamored. Hmm. This is very strange. But in any case, that is where the humans go. They go there especially on a Sunday. Um, if you want to talk to humans, that would be the best time to do it, because they love to chatter during those hours. Always avoid their preachers, the humans. You could tell what they look like. They wear extravagant clothing, filled with crosses, and she'll kind of point out what a cross looks like. They adorn themselves with it. They tend to be very humble individuals, but they're always willing to talk down to you unless you bow down to what they or agreeing to what they agree to. It is quite annoying and frustrating, to say the least, but that is something that the humans seem to endeavor. They like to feel subjugated and tied down. It is like a very large pack that they belong to, but it has so many tiny hierarchies. It is very confusing, very overcomplicated. But that is one of the many natures of humans, curious mind. Talkative, overcomplicated, tons of these fictitious things that they hang around their places. This, for example, she'll walk over and kind of flick the garlic. They'll hang this out occasionally to ward off evil spirits and such. We all know that to be a falsehood. Should a creature of maleficent intent were to enter in, it would surely kill them all, and we would have to kill it instead. And she'll say that just kind of like in a very nonchalant manner as you all as we're walking.
Okay.
This is
Well, a lot of that stuff that you're talking about is so expansive that I would imagine that you're kind of like walking in this very like these miniature steps so that you would be able to tell all these things, especially in your kind of hushed tones, so that not everybody hears around the town.
And I guess this is also something to add. This is the most talkative Red Claw has ever been. Like, this is like a complete opposite. Like, before, when she is out there, she is silent. She's got the, I'm the strong, silent type sort of protagonist attitude about her. But here, she seems to be talkative, regal, somewhat even down-talking the humans. Like, if a person came by and was like, "Oh, how you doing, miladies?" And she'll be like, "Yes, greetings to you. It is a nice evening. Goodbye. Yes." Hmm.
We could say that that did actually happen. Somebody just walked by some fisher or something. Just
Oh, did you have a good catch today? That is wonderful. That is so good to hear. And she'll say it the way like a person talks to like a dog. Did you get a good catch? Oh, you did? That is wonderful. Most wonderful indeed.
it's
Pleasant
like
evening
as soon as
to you.
she put on the human clothes, the personality also shifted kind of. But
Yeah. She'll talk that way to the humans. You'll notice, and then she just continues walking.
okay.
The funny thing is, as talkative as Red Claw is, as quiet, curious Mind is, she's just observing everything and just like constantly nodding at Red Claw, like okay, yeah.
Okay. Well, it doesn't take too long for the two of you to arrive to the Algren family house. But before that, going back to One Fang because he arrived
Wait, weren't
there
we going to
before.
One Fang's house?
well, One Fang's house is behind the Algren family house,
Okay.
and at that point, when you arrive there, One Fang would already be there. So
Excellent.
it's,
Okay.
you would pick his scent up from there, and that sort of thing. Since he did say to follow the scent, or
Okay.
whoever said it. Oh, anyway, we'll go back and One Fang. The moment that you came in there and you were about to knock on the door, it's kind of like you almost like looking through the window and seeing Agnes and all that stuff, and then going to the door in haste and all that. It's almost like you hear this roaring ox spear laughter just as you're about to knock. This kind of and it immediately like stops, and as you knock on the door, it's actually Hugo, the man of the household, who comes and opens the door, and Hugo with this black hair and a little bit of a mustache and goatee type of a facial gruff there, and he's to your recollection, he's someone who's very sound of mind and fair and kind of a nice guy. He's never given you tough time, and he was very open to the suggestion of you marrying his daughter and all that. So you have nothing but good memories about dealing with Hugo. And as he opens the door and sees you, he's like, he immediately gets this smirk on his face, and he's immediately like, well, some people have been waiting for you for some time. Come on in.
One Fang smiles and he says, Master Hugo, good to see you. And he kind of steps through the doorway.
Master. Like as you come in, he kind of closes the door, and immediately as you walk in, it's like this warm air, though a little bit of a stuffy air since the houses were the way they were back then. It's kind of this, since a fireplace has been working on inside this room, and it's filled with people. The household includes two grandparents from the mother's side, one uncle from her side who is Oxspear, and 3 daughters and 4 sons. So everybody being there except for the grandparent who has retired to bed at this point. But basically, it's kind of like it's almost like some sort of a birthday party with there being so many kids around, not having the patience to sit down, and and a lot of people have already, especially the kids, have finished their dinner, and they're kind of running around and being kids and laughing and all that. And as you kind of walk in, it's like Camilla Algren, the mother of the family, is immediately smiles as you come in, as she's stirring a pot full of broth of some kind, judging from the smell. And on the table, you see, Oxspear is sitting there with his fists on the table, and basically, as you saw him through the window, he looked like a complete 180 of what he looks now, as he's immediately, almost like how Red Claw shifted her personality, he's definitely shifted, though mostly his demeanor, as he's kind of, they're just sitting with his fists on the table, looking all serious and gruff and all that. And immediately, as before you even get to say anything, Agnes, of course, sees you coming in, and immediately lays down a plate that she was carrying, and immediately, a wide, radiant smile comes to her face, and she lays the plate down and kind of lays a hand on top of her on her baby bump there, and she moves quickly towards you, and immediately goes, Michael, and comes to hug you.
One Fang, try not to do too much PDA, but he kind of scoops her up and can't help but just kind of pick her up and almost spin around holding her. And then just kind of breathes in so deeply to memorize everything about her and smell like the hints of flour in her hair, everything she's been cooking, everything that she's touched for the day, just all the scents about her. And trying to memorize this as this to him is family, like how family should be. Because he remembers what his life was like, and that's nothing. And he always loves to remind himself when he sees these moments. Even though Oxbear is pretending to be tough or whatever, that doesn't bother him as he knows the truth. And yeah, he puts her down, and he kind of lightly just kisses her on the cheek, and he says, just whispers, like just probably so only she can hear. He's like, "Good to see you, my love," and kisses her on the cheek, and then slowly holding her hand, he walks around the room greeting everyone, starting with it's Hugo's home, so I'll start with him and his wife, and then he'll go over to Oxbear, and then down the descending order, greeting everyone in the house. As a wolf would, goes to the alpha and then works his way down, greeting everyone to say hi. And then he kind of turns to Agnes when he gets done, and I invited some pack members. I didn't know that you were eating here with your family.
She kind of let out a little giggle as you rotated her around in your arms there and all that. But once you come back and she's picked up the plate again because she kind of left it down on the table quickly to come to you. She's kind of picked it up again, and she's kind of like when you come to speak to her, she's kind of like she has the inviting smile and a good demeanor on her and all that, but when you mention the packmates and all that, she's kind of like her face becomes a bit more serious. She doesn't wipe the whole smile off of her face, but it definitely becomes more serious, and she's what, you're kidding, right?
His smile kind of fades real quickly, and he's like, I wasn't thinking. We were in the, and then he stops because he was going to go on about the bear. Noticing everyone around, he stops and we were, and then I was hungry.
As you kind of look around when you try to clear make your words. It's as you look around, you see Oxbear in that good, bad, the ugly soup eating kind of. Very, very mean looking, but intimidating you by eating his soup slowly. But yeah, I think there's some kind of feedback of my. Yeah. Oh well. Anyway. But yeah, you got everything worked out, and you you got it out of your mouth in the form that nobody would raise an eyebrow. You know that Agnes's mother is a kinfolk. She knows all of the werewolf stuff and all that, so she's completely trustworthy. And Agnes is, of course, a kinfolk. She has all that trustworthiness as well. But the rest of the family, you don't know which ones of the kids would be, really, if all of them would be kinfolk, or if only some of them. That's not completely like they haven't. Some of them are so young they haven't exhibited anything hinting to that. And you know that Hugo is a fully fledged human. He has nothing to do with werewolf stuff. So. As nice of a guy as he is, you really need to watch your language around someone like him.
Yeah. So Fei kind of looks at her and he says, "But I can always leave." Then he stops and he's like, "Did you have a visitor today at the house?"
No.
Just out of the
I pretty much as soon as you got up early in the morning, I kind of just did all the housework of the morning and came here, and I've been with Mom almost the entire day. Really, come to think of it, Grandma's had a lot of stuff I've needed to help Mom with, so I've been actually quite busy, and it's kind of been exhausting with this Wolf Jr. on the way. So
he can't help but smile at that and kind of touch her belly, but he seems more concerned than anything. I will have to go to the house to meet the pack members, and then he kind of looks over at Oxbear, and yeah, he's like, "Uncle, could I speak to you outside for a second?"
And you see he slowly puts the spoon down, and he kind of leans back on his chair. And he doesn't really say anything, he just stares at you. And then he reaches his hand forward and grabs a loaf of bread and a pocket knife and carves the bread, keeping the eye contact with this kind of real, like this Clint Eastwood type of, or Lee Van Cleef type of squinty, sharp, intimidating look on you as he's cutting and I'm eating dinner.
Everyone gets quiet at the table, right? Probably. He's like, this will only take a second, Uncle. And then I kind of reach my hand up and I rub the bear tooth the bear claw that's on my neck. I just kind of rub that where he can see me rubbing it.
Okay, then he puts the bread down and kind of and gets up from the chair and immediately as he strikes the knife on the table, immediately like all the kids like jolt a little bit and Agnes is immediately like looks at it and is like, perfect, thank you for that. That was necessary, thank you. And he completely like doesn't react to that and just walks past her and walks towards you and of course shoulder blocks you as he walks past you outside the door.
Nothing I didn't expect. As I take the block, I reach out, kiss her on the forehead, and just tell her. I just whisper like wolf business real quietly in her ear, and then I go outside, leaving her there because I don't want her to come outside.
Okay.
And then I lightly close the door, just kind of waving to the people in there. And then as he stands, he looks up at One Fang and with no fear or anything, because this has anything to do. This is to do with protecting Agnes. He's like, someone was in my house when I went there. They weren't there, but someone's gone through the house. I can smell their scent. And Agnes says no one's been at the house today.
You know how the villagers are in this town. They kind of walk in, and if they're not invited, they just kind of turn around and walk out.
They went through the stuff in the house, Oxpear. You can see, like, visually, like, he's getting angry. You can see he's mad. He's nervous. He's fearful, I guess, would be more likely.
Well, let's go see then. I think you're overreacting, quite honestly.
One Fang doesn't say anything, but he kind of looks back at the house, and then he just quickly moves along the road, walking next to Oxpear.
And as you walk out, and he's kind of spits on the ground and kind of looks frustrated. That's when Red Claw and Curious Mind arrive on the scene, and as they see that in the house, they actually see One Fang and Oxpear standing outside of it, and they haven't noticed you the minute that you noticed them.
In a graceful posture and movement, Red Claw approaches with the lantern in hand, the glow showing off the two figures as they approach, and she will bow forward with her head a little bit, and then she will say, almost robotically, "Greetings and salutations!"
And you just see this kind of this guy, Oxpear has a very dumbfounded face on him.
One Fang just kind of tilts. He's like, "Ma'am," and he continues walking towards the house. As he didn't even recognize that. Or no, maybe he would smell her, I suppose.
You can recognize your own pack-mate. It's not unless you purposely.
No, he was so focused on going to the house that he didn't actually make contact with her. He might have just heard her in that weird voice. That's not how.
Okay, I see.
But then I guess the smell would come over, and he'd be like, "What the?" And he spins. He's like, he just kind of gasps. He's like, "You look great." And he kind of shrugs.
She shrugs as well, and she will look at you and say, "Well, for a human, it is what I need to pass. Here is Curious Mind," and she will just kind of just gesture over.
Well, you see, Curious Mind and everybody kind of sees that when she stands out, Oxpear's posture again kind of shifts a little bit. He doesn't look as menacing, or at least like he's attempting to look as menacing as possible after he sees Curious Mind, and he's immediately like much more of a, much more subservient type of a posture.
Kira's mind is kind of standing there and has these huge blue eyes just kind of looking around and having this smile on her face and saying, "How do you do? Lovely evening, is it not?" She kind of bows.
And Red Claw, she is just nodding her head with this shit-eating grin on her face, like, yeah, I taught her that. Yeah.
Well, Oxpear is he gets he can't avoid getting a smile on his face, and he just kind of just bows a little bit.
One Fang's jaw just drops. He just doesn't understand. It's like, what? Oh, the Lord's blessings with you. He's like, I can't. This is amazing.
And then and then Red Claw will kind of lean over towards Curious Mind and whisper, "See." She'll just lean over towards Curious Mind and say, "See, they always reference the Lord's name when they do that. Don't forget that. Oh, and don't forget the table manners I taught you."
Oxpear is kind of rubbing his forehead and kind of I just had to quit my dinner
Dinner?
because he wants me to go and look at something at his cabin, and now you're holding us back. So, are we going or not?
Yeah, One Fang kind of like looks up at him. He's like, he remembers what he was, that negative energy that was in him. And he's like, he turns and he's like, spins to Red Claw and Curious Mind. He's like, it appears someone was in that home, and they weren't invited, and I just don't feel safe having Agnes go back to that home.
Are we going to kill someone?
For a split second, One Fang thinks about it, actually, and he's like, no, maybe it's just a trespasser, but I feel better if maybe you could all kind of get your perspective.
You want us to go? You want us to go with you?
Yeah, the One Fang just nods, like, emphatically.
This is not your cabin.
He's like, this is my family. This is Agnes's family. Then he kind of looks up at Oxpear, like he doesn't want to say it's Oxpear, so he doesn't say anything.
Oxpear doesn't really say anything in between.
Yeah.
If it will speed up the procedures, then we shall go along with you, she'll say. And you'll notice that there's this completely different, tone change and appearance. Even when she's talking to you, she is clearly acting differently. And she will walk
By the
along
Lord's
with
grace.
Yes, by the Lord's grace.
Let's just go. Oxpear just kind of spearheads the group towards One Fang's shack there, or his house.
Yeah, as they walk, One Fang continually looks behind them at Curious Mind and at Red Claw. He just can't. It's messing with everything that he's learned, as he's only known them in the wolf world, and seeing them here in this way that's so foreign and different from the way that they appear to his image of what their true forms are is just totally just messing with his brain. It's even more fascinating than meeting the bear to him at the moment. He just can't. It just doesn't make any sense. He's like, does not look like Curious Mind, and it sounds like Curious Mind, but does not look like Curious Mind. And that is not Red Claw, not the person who he's seen rip someone up from the bowels and tear them apart. That does not fit with that image in his head. In his head, she's this massive, raging wolf creature that can destroy anything. That's what he has. And now he's seeing this other part of her, and He just keeps looking over his shoulder like he's in a dream.
I look at Oxpear or kind of walk close to him and say, "You smell of lovely food. Is there any left?"
There ought to be. The broth was fine. I enjoy a legitimate hunt myself much more, but what can you do? You can't take these people to the woods and take down a deer with them.
We could take down a deer.
Yes, we could, but not here.
Oh, and don't forget your table manners, curious mind. Remember what I told you. Fork in the right, knife in the left. And she'll make that
Yes, I
motion.
remember.
Yeah, she'll just make that motion with her hands.
This is one of the reasons why I like to steer off from this town every once in a while as much as I can. But duty calls. And now you're at the house, and it's exactly like One Fang left it. Nothing seems to be amiss in any of your minds. It seems at this point that One Fang is like kind of being a hypochondriac, a little bit.
He's like, "Can you smell it?" He's like, "The only scent that should be here is Agnes's scent."
I
And
am
do I
not
smell it?
familiar. I'm not familiar with Agnes's scent.
I kind of sniff as well. Do I smell anything different?
Um, well, you have the highest primal urge of anybody. So do a perception plus primal urge test. Meanwhile, while you're sniffing, Oxpear is kind of walking around the house and also kind of trying to pay attention.
Ooh. Perception and primal urge, that's my shit, man. That's what I do. There we go. Oh, man. I already got 3 tenths and
3 tenths. Legit.
Okay.
2 nines. So let me see. So that's already 5 successes. Now that's it. 5 successes.
Okay. Well, you pick out a multitude of different people there. You detect someone who. Did you say 5 successes?
Yeah.
That's the maximum. So basically, you pick up that there is a human woman has been there quite a lot, and whose scent is especially on the bed and all the utensils, but especially on the bed since someone has laid multiple nights there for long periods at a time. So you definitely pick out that scent, and you can easily tell yourself that, okay, that's probably the Agnes that people keep talking about. And then you pick out the scent of One Fang. Clearly, you pick out the scent of Oxpear, but you also pick up the scent of an adult woman, of about 4 children. You pick up the scent of a couple of grown adult men, and one familiar scent you can't place.
So I start ticking them off, like, all right, there's one that's probably Agnes, and that's one, and so I kind of name them up.
haven't met the family yet, so
No, but I kind of like, well, it's probably Agnes, and one is probably you, and then there's an older woman, and then there's a child of about that age, and a child about that age who ate that, and oh, and
yeah,
he steals
so
a lot,
you
and
vocalize all the things you pick up for others to detract from you.
but there's one strange scent.
It's a scent you've smelled before, but it's something you can't place.
Well, I do have eidetic memory.
Shit. Well, okay. It's the scent of someone who was carrying water buckets.
Oh. It's the woman we met in the city, carrying the water buckets.
No one reacts.
Oh, the water buckets.
Can we go and have eat now?
Yeah.
It is the stable girl, One Feng. Do you know her? She works with the
Um,
man who uses the carriages, miss? The horse-drawn ones?
I've seen her before at mass, but I don't remember her name.
She is quite snoopy. Apparently she has been around here. Mm.
Yeah, one
She kind
Fang.
of she kind of shrugs her shoulders when she says that.
Yeah, One Fang knows the person she's talking about is Esther Halvik. The Halvik family consists only of a father and daughter who are very vigorously religious and kind of I don't know if vindictive would be well. Uh, they have strong convictions and this kind of this kind of a same sort of attitude as your uncle had with when it comes to punishments and you know harshness with all sorts of discipline and that sort of thing. And their business is basically that they have a strong horse that they use for cab driving. He takes people to Lund when it's needed. He takes loads to Lund. He delivers mail and all sorts of other stuff having to do with wherever a horse is needed. Because this is not a farm town, nobody else has a horse in this town apart from the lords. But none of the fishers and stuff. The horse takes up a lot of work to maintain and to feed and all that, and they don't need a horse. So basically, the Halvik family are the ones who have that big strong horse. So the daughter of that family that they mentioned is someone who is very mild mannered, very shy, and very like antisocial kind of person who rarely you get to see eye to eye. Literally, she almost always has her she almost always looks at her feet and that sort of thing, and she's very like meek and kind of she's not butt ugly, but she's not attractive, whether it's her personality or her physical appearance.
One fan kind of looks at Red Claw. I remember her. I remember feeling sorry for her in a way when I was younger, a kindred soul with her, because I felt that perhaps she was dealing with some of the things that I dealt with as a child.
Oh,
She's like,
that
well,
is
why would you?
clearly. That is. I have no clue as to why. I think that she is just very curious. She is a bit of a non-sociable type. It is quite likely that she is just curious, lonely. She was watching me and Curious Mind leave as we passed her and we greeted her. It is perhaps just her way of being in on the fun, as the humans say.
In on the fun.
One Fang sort of smiles and he sighs, and you see him close his eyes because he's facing Red Claw. And he turns around, opening his eyes, and he says, looking at Oxpear, I'm sorry, Oxpear. Apparently there was nothing. When it comes to Agnes's safety, I would just tear this place apart, destroy this entire town to protect her.
Are we going to hit the girl?
No, we're not hitting anyone.
But she trespassed. This was yours, right?
Oh, trespassing is it's a very light crime, Curious Mind. You can walk around by accidents. That is not punishable by beatings. If she were to take something of his, that would be punishable by a beating. Of course, it is often frowned upon by a male hitting the female, unless it is because that she did not cook food upon time. I have observed this quite a bit amongst the humans. They tend to function in a very dysfunctional manner. This is quite curious indeed.
Shouldn't we find out if she took something?
I'm sure she couldn't have the time to. She was carrying those buckets of water. And if she had been, well, we'll find out later, and, well, by then, her father will beat her for it.
Ah, okay.
Yes, yes. Often the family dishes out the punishments, yes.
One pig has backed up to stay next to Oxbeer, and he's just open mouth staring at Red Claw like, why is she talking so much?
Oxpear has kind of visibly become like frustrated with this whole deal, and at that point, pretty much he just kind of walks out, heading back to the family house.
I
Are
follow
we,
him.
are we able to eat now? I would like to meet the rest of your family.
I didn't. No, no. We're gonna. We should. We should stay here, and we can make something here.
That she kind of has a frown upon her face. She's like, now, one thing. You did cordially invite us out here so that we may have dinner with you upon this location. Not this location, but upon the house that you have thus previously allowed us invitation to. Now, are you retracting such invitation at this very moment?
She's total two-face with this.
It's like my invitation was for you to eat here with me and Agnes, and I did not know that Agnes was going to be with her extended family. There are too many non-kinfolk there to dine with at this time. And Agnes will be coming back to the house soon, I'm sure.
Okay. Curious Mind walks into your own house and starts to examine it.
Ah, I see. Then it is you who have committed the social faux pas in this situation, Wen Feng. And she walks up and pats you upon the shoulder and goes, you are quite forgiven for this egregious account, my friend. We shall await thee here while you commence to gather up your wife, loved one, to bring her here. Lord's blessing, my friend. And then she just walks inside.
You hear from out the house, Lord blessing!
Well,
I can't even. I can't even.
poor Winifred. Life's kind of shit sometimes, but what can you do? What was it? Red Claw and Curious Mind were left in the house, and Wanfang, were you the one who left, or?
I feel like I was almost ushered out the door by Red Claw as they closed the door.
Thrown out of your own home.
Let the Lord bless me as I'm sent out to go get my wife. I just don't even know what to say. I'm like, I'm glad she's not like that all the time because I wouldn't ever be able to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she exhibited all the social niceties that he would never, that's not. He just shakes his head and follows the shadowy form of Oxbear, who's probably heading in the same direction, not trying to catch up to him, just shaking his head, unsure of what to do about this girl snooping around the house, unsure to do about Red Claw. He's afraid of what Curious Mind is going to be taught by Red Claw. All we need is her to start talking like that in the middle of like a wolf's thing, a moot or something.
Yeah, anything's possible. But yeah, you're basically going after Oxpear to the Algren house?
I'm going to go back to the Algren house, and I have to at least tell Agnes that I'm not going to be able to stay there, and that I have people at the house that I have to entertain.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not sure. Basically he's torn between wanting her to come back, but she's already there doing the stuff that she's doing, so he's not going to disturb her to interrupt what she's already doing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Oxpear kind of moved ahead of you into the house, and you can hear the door slam as you're approaching the porch. It's like, but yeah, there you are.
Once again, he slammed the door. One Fang stops. He kind of bows his head and he knocks.
again, Hugo comes to open the door, and he's kind of like you can see he's like overly rolling his eyes, and kind of come on in.
I'm so sorry, Master Hugo. I am so sorry. He comes in.
Don't worry about it. God. And closes the door behind you. And yeah, there you are. You have everybody there, but yeah, Oxpear is back on his seat, but he's now like resting on one of his fists as he's looking down and eating, not paying any further attention to you.
He, One Fang approaches Agnes and sort of whispers to her that my friends are at the house. I'm gonna head back there to keep them company and try to make them something to eat. And whenever you can come, it'll be great. Don't rush and stay with your family as long as you need.
I get it. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I'll come as soon as I can. But oh.
He just shakes his head. He's like, I totally messed this up. I don't know what. I will talk to you tonight though. And kind of waves and makes a quick exit from the house because he's so.
She kind of before you leave her. Whispering distance, she kind of smiles and kind of gives you a little bit of a tap on your cheek, and then gives you a little peck, and then like sees you off and smiling with this kind of a, it's this kind of a, I can't come up with a word, but it's kind of a, she's smiling as you're leaving. It's kind of,
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, are you actually going to pick up something from the Algren house to bring to Curious Mind and One Fang, or?
No, you would think that's rude, and he didn't even think about that. He was just trying to get out of there because he was so uncomfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, he just starts heading back to the house, trying to remember what he has in the larder, if there's anything, a chicken.
Yeah, you have rye bread for sure, and you have like fermented fish, like you have surströmming, which is it gives me chills just thinking about it. But yeah, you you have rotten fish. Yeah, you can put rotten fish on like rye bread or something. Oh, delicious! So you're heading back to your own household. Meanwhile, while you were away, Curious Mind and Red Claw have been left at the household by themselves. So the Curious Mind did mention sniffing and searching through everything in the house there. I will have you roll perception plus investigation to see if you pick up anything that that is worth a roll, let's say.
Perception plus investigation. 2 successes.
Okay. Well, as you rummage through, you find all sorts of things. You find all the you find all the cabinets that have food stuffed and stored in them. Of course, you find all sorts of clothing and linen that are there. You also make a point that you find that there's a place in the behind the back door right outside where we're kind of close to the wood chopping block there. There's a little bit of a place where there comes this the smell of puke, basically, and also underneath the bed you find a bucket that also has that same strong puke smell. So someone must be very sick, and maybe it's the plague. And And also, as you rummage through One Fang's belongings and all that, you discover a lot of books. You discover a glass jar that's filled with some sort of black ink. You find a pencil. You find all sorts of paper. You find handwritten books. You find that one book that Red Claw mentioned that has the name Bible on top of it. You find all sorts of interesting stuff like that. So yeah, there's definitely all sorts of stuff to kind of like the owner is not home. Let's just go through all their stuff and read their read their diary or something. It's like
Well, I'm going through everything, and while I'm doing that, I'm having the Bible in one hand. I'm just flipping through the pages and randomly spurting verses like "Fear not, because God is at your side, and He shall show you the way." Ooh. He is a tower where you can find safety. Ooh.
yeah, and every now and again it's like and he rode to town on an ass. Okay, and it's like not everything being very heavy duty stuff. It's
Yeah.
like there are all sorts of. But anyway, what's Red Claw doing while Curious Mind is rummaging through everything?
While Red Claw's well, Curious Mind's doing that, Red Claw is going to be getting the fire started, lighting candles in the place. She'll actually be setting out plates and stuff. Um,
Of course, 'cause she's expecting One Fang to bring something in.
mhm. Yeah, she'll have like plates out and stuff, and she'll get that fire stoked up real nice. She'll walk outside, grab some wood, and walk back in.
Yeah, Curious Mind will also notice that she's making a fire on the fireplace. So, of course, you've made fires. That was one of the first things that North Star showed you as part of your new dominion, being, a tool maker now and all that. But seeing it made in a fireplace with a chimney and all that, it kind of, brings a new element to it.
Yeah, I actually want to see where all the smoke goes, and but because the fire is already burning, I'm kind of like carefully like looking and.
Oh, don't get
But
too close. You might end up catching your dress aflame, and that will be most unpleasant.
by God's grace.
By God's grace. And she'll just like nod her head robotically at that.
And at that point, One Fang arrives through the door.
Greetings and salutations, One Fang. It is good to see you here.
A weary traveler has appeared on our door. Greet him with kindness.
Oh my God.
That is very
One
good.
Fang
Curious
looking
Mind.
around and it sees the lights everywhere, and he gets the greetings from them, and it's good to see you again as well. As he closes the door, and hangs up his cloak really quickly. Agnes will meet us later. We will have to fend for ourselves for food. I'm sorry for that, but I'm sure we have something in here we can eat. And he goes over to the larder and starts pulling down the bread and the cheese and then that whatever gross stuff that Eunice was talking about.
Red Claw. Red Claw will walk over and she'll put a hand on your shoulder, One Fang, and she'll say, "Another social faux pas by you, my good friend, but it is okay. It is not going to be met with ill manner, and I forgive thee."
Getting real tired of your shit, Red Claw. But yeah, there you have your food and all that. And again, a curious mind sees human food and some stuff like bread and cheese and all that. That again spurs a million questions in your mind.
One thing notices that Curious Mind is carrying around the Bible. And the one she's reading would be the one that I was converting for her before. She had asked me about the Bible before. So I'm assuming that's the one I'm writing in Swedish because all the other Bibles are in Latin. So she doesn't. I don't think she reads Latin.
Ah, that's right.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, no. Yeah.
So he's like, "Oh, I see you found the Bible I was converting for you." He's like, "You've read that far into it already?"
You write very clearly.
Yeah, I kind of forgot at one point it was kind of punishable by death to have a Bible in English or in not Latin. So, whoops.
But it
So
works.
maybe that woman found that Bible in there, and now the whole village is gonna come and skew your ass.
Well, I just
The
finished.
Bible in Swedish, kill him.
One thing, I need to speak to you. I can sit down somewhere close to you and say, I think something's wrong with your mate.
He's like, "What do you mean? I just saw her. She's fine."
No, I think she's sick. She seems to be vomiting a lot.
Oh, no, she's fine. One Fang looks over at Red Claw, and then looks back at her. She's like, I think that's just part of being. She's pregnant. We're gonna have a pup. That's what happens. I was told.
Humans don't have pups. Humans have babies.
And
Well,
Red Claw kind of just she looked like she was about to say something, but then she looks at Curious Mind and she kind of gives I taught you well.
Right, exactly. We have babies. But she's fine. I assure you.
Are you sure?
I'm positive from what I was told. Yes. When she's here, you can investigate her yourself. And thank you, Curious Mind. Thank you for caring to tell me to let me know. I appreciate it.
Your mate is extended family.
With that, you see, he just brushes his face, and then when you say that, he kind of smiles. He's like, "Thank you," and he touches his forehead to her head.
Red Claw kind of raises her eyebrow, if anyone would ever notice that at that statement, and her head kind of tilts a bit, and she just kind of goes back towards stoking the fire.
He's like, I think we have a couple chickens in the back. There might be some eggs. He shrugs as he's at a loss.
I'm just looking at the food that he's placing out. I said, can we have this?
Anything that you want, yeah.
I start breaking off things and starting shoving them in my mouth. Oh, sorry. Do you have a knife and a fork?
No.
Look,
Curious Mind, you should never eat food raw. That is also a social faux pas amongst the humans. You must always cook the food. I forgot to explain that to you on the way here. I was hoping that our glorious guest, One Fang, would have acquainted us with such tradition amongst humans, but another social faux pas upon his behalf has acquainted us to resort to more less sociable means of interaction.
One Thing walks outside and goes to the chicken thing to find eggs, just trying to get away from Red Claw's talking.
The axe on the chopping block looks extremely tempting at this point. And it's also kind of one of your little social cues that you kind of escape situations by going to chop firewood often. So this is kind of a...
For a second he wants to, but he will go check, and maybe there's a couple eggs left that weren't picked up in the morning that the chickens laid, and he brings them in and places them on the table, and he's like, "Phew, it looks like we may need some firewood. I'll be right back." And he goes outside, and he does begin to chop wood, staring off in the distance.
Curious Mind's just standing there looking at all this food, and she's mustering all the self-control that she has not to start eating it like, can't eat, must wait.
And you also can't help but wonder what sort of animal, has cheese for, muscles and that
Yeah.
sort of thing. That because that's obviously where this has to have come from. But yeah, One Fang is chopping wood outside. It's at first it's kind of like bringing your frustration at it, but later on it becomes kind of a
Yeah, he doesn't do it for long. I mean, even though he probably has a huge stack of wood out there anyways, he just does this pretty quickly just to generate some energy and get it out into the void, so he can center himself. Then he runs in the house and wiping sweat from his head, he kind of goes over and he's like, "All right, fire's good," and he's well used to cooking for his uncle. He's always done that part of cooking anyways. So he starts chopping and dicing up the little bit of onions and stuff that were in the larder, grabbing some herbs, and then starts making like an omelet as he kind of dices up the cheese and throws it into the pan.
Red Claw will hand you a rag as you walk in, noticing the sweat to wipe your brow upon. She didn't say anything about that. She just, there you go.
He grabs it, he nods to her and wipes his head and wipes his hands. That actually kind of reminds him, and then he kind of goes over to the basin and kind of just quickly washes his face and hands, and then continues with the chopping and doing the eggs. And he says, "I learned this when we were in France." And he, basically does just a basic omelet with the ingredients that they have, which should go pretty quick, I think. Yeah. And as long as my cooking skill of 0 doesn't make it burn, I'll flip it up and divide it up into 2 equal portions, one for Red Claw and one for Curious Mind.
Okay. Well, there you have an omelet. Basically, everybody's there having dinner together.
It's hot.
Oh well, as the evening kind of goes on, as everybody's kind of eating there and all that stuff, and whatever going on with that, eventually Agnes does wind up coming to the house. You just hear approaching footsteps toward from around the front door, and then you just hear the front door being opened, and you see Agnes. Basically, for Curious Mind and Red Claw might have seen her sometime, perhaps, but anyway, she's basically a very attractive, curly, orange-haired, freckled young woman. She's I can't be sure. She's 16. Yeah, she's 16 years old, which in medieval times is of course an adult, and she has that 6-month old little baby bump there, and yeah, she's wearing quite plain, commoner's clothing, that's kind of olive green colored there, and with these kind of long sleeves there, and all that sort of stuff there as she arrives in through the front door, and she just looks through everybody and comes in with this smile on her face, and kind of.
As soon as she walks in the door and gets in front of me, Red Claw will immediately stand up. She will smile. She will give a slight bow, a head nod, and she will say, "Greetings and salutations. I am pleased to meet your acquaintance. I am Petra." And she
reaches out her hand and in this kind of amused, kind of half chuckle, just says, "Agnes, pleasure to make your acquaintance. What's going on again?"
One thing is,
Michael, these are your friends?
Yeah, he's just stunned as he's helping her take off her night cloak, whatever she was wearing, and helping her, whatever she was carrying, putting it on the ground, kind of ushering her towards the chair. Or Red Claw now, who was now stood up in front of her. He's like, "Yes, this is my friend Petra, and Malin. Crap. He's like, I forgot her name. I'm sorry, Curious Mind.
It's Malin, yes.
Malin.
So
Yeah.
it's Curious Mind.
She's like, well, yes, but we should have their other names too. He's like, you must be tired. Here, sit down, sit down. He kind of ushers her towards
Before
the
that,
chair.
she reaches out her hand to Curious Mind as well and says, "Pleasure to meet you, Curious Mind."
Curious Mind looks a bit at Red Claw and looks a bit at One Fang.
Oh, her expression is a little bit flustered because running through her head, human names only, human names only. Like she has this regiment in her head, like repeating over like drums, and like he's just introduced Curious Mind as Curious Mind, and she's like, so there's like a very firm. Uh, she's at a half smile now, and she's like.
I'll be
Okay.
shaking her hand and kind of like my eyes darting between the two of them, and then I'll look at herself and say, "Malin, it's very nice to meet you." And she kind of shakes her hand.
She nods her head and smiles, and as she gets to sit down there and all that, she will just kind of stretch her arms around and be like, "So, what brings you here?" I haven't seen Michael all day, really. It's been kind of a full day for me as well. But since you've been all away all day, have you been up to anything interesting?
We were up to most exciting business as we were attending most private business matters, to say the least, but they are of an element of sophisticated nature that allows the operation of our entire placement here to go quite smoothly. Matters of cleaning up the lake, as a matter of fact. Many a foul thing has fallen towards the bottom, and we managed to clean it up with most haste. It was quite a fulfilling experience, and then we went back to explain our findings and such. And she said, and there's a very fake, robotic look to how she just explains all of this. And if anyone who's really like paying attention, you can tell that she's kind of straining to do this herself. Um, but it's
Okay, she's kind of listening to this. She's kind of she out of courtesies, of course, like paying attention and all that. But One Fang, knowing her as well as you do, you can immediately tell of her body language that she's kind of like like help, help, help.
Well, I'm sure from her point of view too, is since One Fang has pretty much told her everything about his life as a wolf, she's probably trying to figure out who this person is. That's not right. That can't be
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, it's also the style of banter that she knows she can't keep up with, type of
Yeah.
thing. She ain't
Oh,
no folk, you know.
One Fang immediately kind of pulls over with the kettle and he's like, tea, tea, everyone, tea. And he starts pouring tea for everyone. Maybe that'll slow them down from talking. They can take sips of their tea.
We actually had a very exciting day, and your husband has made wonderful steps in learning his place amongst our group.
Oh, has he? Do tell.
Well,
Jeez.
I kind of look at One Fang and say, um, Michael has learned a lot of things about what his position is and what his what his role is within our social interactions and our strengths and weaknesses.
Oh, I hope it's not like back at home where he gets told to know his role and shut his mouth.
Mm,
as it is with my uncle there, who's also a friend of yours. Oh no, but now he's blushing.
Yeah, one thing is now standing behind Agnes, like just rubbing her shoulders because she's probably sore from the day, and he's like, no, it's nothing like that. It's just we all have duties to do, and I feel that I have a better understanding. The one we gave the bearskin to seemed to guide me on a better path.
She's immediately, as you massage her shoulder, she immediately relaxes and like closes her eyes as you're massaging her and explaining.
Is it late, would you say, right now?
What did you say, late or lake or what?
Oh, late. I'm sorry, late. As in what time? Is it like 10 o'clock?
It was dark at the time you left, so it's, I would say it's something like 10 or something like that. So, in a town like this, it's very late because everybody wakes up super early to
get up with the dawn.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, one fan will let any pleasantries go for a while, but then say, it's getting late. You should probably go to bed. And then he's like, he offers Petra and Malin if they want to stay in our guest bedroom, or they can, if they want.
Actually, before you get to say that, Agnes says that, and where are the two of you planning to stay for the evening? Go back to the woods?
Well, I actually want to examine you first.
He stops. He's like, Malin is in our group. She's someone who guides our spirits, and she's afraid that you might be ill.
What? You're being serious?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, yes, Malin is being serious, and I am always serious. So, yes, if you don't mind, that is.
No, but get your shitty ass. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. She kind of looks at a curious mind and kind of looks to the serious face on her and kind of places one of her hands on top of her belly and kind of like could you expand? What are you?
One thing, because feeling her tension, he's like, Curious Mind has detected that you've been having stomach issues in the mornings, and she just wishes to make sure that you're okay. I told her you'd be fine.
He took one of my D10s.
Well, and I've never really examined a human before, and well, you're pregnant, so that's even more interesting.
But less out of curiosity and more out of concern, right? Well,
a mixture of both.
Red Fang at this time is strangely now silent. She is sipping the tea, and she is kind of like tapping her fingers rhythmically onto the table, not in a loudly annoying manner, but she seems to be kind of, her eyes just focused on the fire a little bit and just sipping.
Well, it's Agnes is kind of a if it's just you're not a barber surgeon or anything, so
he's like, one thing's like she is a healer and she can examine into your spirit.
well, if you think it's it's for the best, but if you think it's for the best, I guess. But
She's like, I mean,
well, what does it entail?
Hmm. I don't know. I suppose it depends on what I find.
It's, could could we do this another time? It's getting kind of late.
yeah, one Fang kind of like looks over at her. He's like, yeah, perhaps another time, Curious Mind. You're feeling fine, right? Right, Agnes?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, everything is just regular. What I just don't know what this talk of something being wrong or examining and I
No,
don't
I,
know.
All right.
I think it's more about Mullen not understanding that your being sick in the mornings is commonplace for your kind.
Oh, and now I feel like an idiot. Then okay. Well, yeah, that's normal. I'm not sick unless you can call this a sickness of some kind. Yeah, it does a number on me. All right, so
I'll
but
be looking very curious at them, at the both of them. I'm a bit new to this interaction, but I don't suppose you're going to hit her now, are you, Michael?
No, Michael kind of sipping at his tea almost.
Agnes at this point gets up from the chair and kind of looks at One Fang with this kind of, what's going on here? Are you playing some sort of, are you playing like a prank on me or something? What?
No, he looks at Mullen. He kind of tightens up a little bit. He's like, no, Agnes. He's like, Mullen hasn't. This is her first interaction with people around here. She's from way off, like way off in the distance. Right, Red Claw? Way off in the distance.
Red Claw almost robotically takes her drink as she's sipping.
Well,
And then
I can tell.
she kind of takes the cup and kind of just plants it firmly onto the table with an audible thud, and then she just turns towards you two and goes, "It has been observed that sometimes the human males will often or not beat their wives because they have unequatedly refuse to do certain services for them. To say this is true for all of them is obviously a falsehood, but this is obviously the case. But of course, Curious Mind was merely just regurgitating what I had told her and expunged to her on our way down here as a tour for her. Yes." And then she turns back and starts sipping on the tea again.
Well, uh, well, I don't mean anything by it, but I tend to be kind of protective over my over what's housed inside of me at this point in time. So all sorts of suggestions of examinations as such, it's automatically raises alarm bells. I apologize if I said anything wrong or anything, but I'm extremely tired and oh,
The
and
Lord is a
and
Lord
she
of
kind of gets
forgiveness.
frustrated.
She nods, as in like, yeah, well done.
Red Claw gets up afterwards and she turns to the two and she kind of gives a slight head nod. "I think it is time for me to be heading off. I will be resting at my place. I thank you for hosting us, gracious guest," as she walks over and firmly pats you on the shoulder, One Fang. She then turns towards Curious Mind. Curious Mind, where would you like to stay?
Uh, uh, I'll go back to the others, I suppose.
Very well. I shall escort you back out, my friend. And then with that, she kind of just starts walking out the door, and she gives a courteous nod towards One Fang's mate, and heads out.
One Fang sees them to the door, and he says,
Curious Mind actually walks towards Malin, towards Agnes, and she kind of stands there a bit uncomfortable in front of her and says, "It was very nice to meet you. I'm sorry if I did anything wrong."
No. Likewise, and I'm just very tired, and it was nice to meet you both.
Yes.
When One Fang hears that, he sort of turns around from Red Claw, and he reaches out, and he kind of not grabs Curious Mind, but just kind of puts his hand on her back. He's like, Malin, if anybody made any mistakes, it's then all me. You were perfect. And he kind of guides her to the door. And he's like, I'm sorry.
As you say that, Red Claw will kind of say out in the distance, "Social faux pas."
As the two have walked out of the door, Agnes kind of just, there's this One Fang turns around, there's like this pair of eyes with this kind of a look just staring at his direction there, and Agnes just says, "Is that the company you keep regularly?"
He's like, it's so different in when we're alone and we're in the woods and we can be who we are. He's like, he kind of looks at her and he gets real close and he kind of whispers, he's like, Petra, he's like, that's Red Claw. He's like, I've seen her eviscerate creatures. Just, she's so strong and powerful, and she rarely talks.
So what? This is like they're acting like people, and this is what they're. This. She, in the mid-sentence, she just kind of puts the hand over her mouth and starts to giggle, and just then kind of places a hand on your shoulder, and it's like, I had no idea, I didn't get it at all, and she just laughs, like kind of wipes like a little moist off her edges of her eye, and she's like, oh, poor bastards, and she's just laughs there with you.
Yeah. He kind of, I mean, obviously he laughs with her a little bit and kind of rubs his eyes, still thinking of everything that Red Claw has told him today about social inequities. And he kind of holds her close. He gives her like a tight hug and says, he actually looks, for a second, he gets as serious as he can. He's like, I am truly sorry. When we dealt with Bear and the energy that we saw, I just wanted to see you, and Curious Mind said something about meeting people, and I just invited him without thinking. He's like, I'm sorry. And I hope you think that the family won't think I'm stranger than I already am.
Don't worry about it. Let them. I've missed you all day, and she also presses her head on your shoulder and squeezes you.
One Fang kind of hugs her tight, then he kind of reaches down and picks her up, and then carries her and gets her, in the bedroom so she can get ready to go to bed. At the same time, he's like, I'll take care of everything else, and he goes in the kitchen and begins cleaning up, which is
as you lift her off her legs, she'll let out a giggle or laugh, this kind of out of nowhere, as you lift her up, and she laughs as you take her to the bedroom there, and as you turn to go and do cleaning, and she'll just kind of turn to her side on the bed and facing towards you, and she'll just say, "Leave it till morning. I'll fix it up in the morning. Come on." And she kind of is like tapping the bed next to her.
All right. One Fang, for a split second, knows that he's not going to let her, so he'll set his internal clock to get up before she will, because he's not going to let her clean up his mess. And as he walks in the room, though, he looks at her and says, "If it ever comes down to it, he's like those two. He's like Malin and Petra, Red Claw and Curious Mind. He's like, I trust them with my life. If you ever need help and I'm not around and they are, you can go to them."
She, as you turn to that serious tone, she also gets a serious face on her that she's clearly listening. And after you say that, she just waves for you to come closer to her, and she's just, I know, I know. I don't need to. I have you now. Come to me. Come, come, come on.
And then One Fang, the door closes as One Fang heads to her. NC.
Yeah. What about Curious Mind and Red Claw? Now that you've exited the building.
Red Claw will walk back to her place with the Curious Mind as well, and almost in a similar fashion, she'll kind of get the clothes back from Curious Mind, and then let her transform back in her lupus form, and then
Actually, as we're walking back, Curious Mind will look at you and says, "We should go and see to that house of that woman that came into One Fang's house."
why?
Uh, Maybe she wanted to make One Fang's mate sick.
You think that she is jealous?
Could be. It's
I have
just
a I
being
have a
there and having no reason to be there.
She did stare upon us. No, at this time, I don't think it would be a good time to do it. And I say that because she has already stared upon us once, and she was over there earlier today. If we make an appearance and she spots us, that will clearly signal her that something is amiss and that she must be even more curious. This will ignite her curiosity like a blaze, a torrent in the forest. I think we should do this tomorrow. Is that all right with you?
I suppose. But now she's probably asleep.
She kind of stops and starts like rubbing her chin. I suppose we could walk about, pay a little visit, and she'll walk with Curious Mind around there.
Can I take off my clothes?
No, keep those on. Oh.
Okay.
If anyone catches you without your clothes on, it'll be the worst thing ever.
Okay, but now you start to rear towards the building where that just look at the map here, where they reside there. It's one of the more southern houses here, and it's of course very noticeable because it's the only house with the horse barn there on the outside of the building. But yeah, it's at this point it's so late, in fact, that there's pretty much no sounds about at all. Nobody's walking around. Nobody's just sitting on a porch. Nothing of that sort. You don't see lights from any windows or anything of that sort. It's the whole town is asleep at this point, basically the whole town. And as you walk towards the house that you're aiming towards, you see that there's the horse barn outside, and you hear this kind of noises from outside as the horse is kind of sludging there. It's not laying down or anything. It has like cloak or cloth or whatever is the proper term for that's covered with, and it's standing there. It's kind of a semi-old horse, but it looks strong as a bull. Basically, it's a
Oh,
legit work.
um, as soon as I hear the horse noise, I immediately look towards Curious Mind and gently pat her upon the shoulders. Be sure to be downwind of any beasts of burden that they have, for they too will be made quite agitated by our scent as well, just as the dogs that I have told you about.
Okay.
Okay. Well, as you approach the house, do you approach it from behind or from the front or where? It's basically like a regular house like all the rest in design, where it has only like one story. It has a front door, back door, and it's got like this main big room, and then it has like a separate bedroom and like a storage room. But it's mostly like one large room. Plus the sleeping quarters, of course. But yeah, that's like the basic design of a lot of these houses. And the barn for the horse is kind of like this miniature little house with just the uh, you know with the roof over its head, and it's just kind of standing there, kind of waving its tail, and kind of every once in a while, kind of shaking its head a little bit, and yeah, it's very silent. Every little noise is clearly audible because of the all-around silence and nightly atmosphere that you have around you.
Well, Curious Mind is clearly taking the lead of taking her cues from Red Claw, so following suit.
Okay. Well, is it from the front or from the behind, or where are you? Or are you approaching the section where you would believe the sleeping quarters to be?
I would probably suggest the sleeping quarters section.
Okay.
That's where we would probably sneak in from.
Yeah, there's windows that are basically like shutters. There's no glass on the windows or anything like that. There's just window holes that have like the wooden shutters on them, and yeah, that's basically what you have to investigate as your both of you make a stealth plus a dexterity roll to see if you're good at sneaking about.
2 successes.
Okay.
It was stealth plus what?
Dexterity.
Dexterity? Okay. Alright, so I got 2 successes, 1 10, but I got a botch, which cancels out 1 success, but I still get the explosion. And that turns into a botch of 1. So
Okay, so only one success.
yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll just say that you take extra time with being careful, and basically, if anything starts to let like a little sound or anything, it's like, okay, let's take it slow and careful, like that sort of. It's more about the time that you use um, to get onward instead of how much noise you make. So yeah, it's gonna be slower progress. But yeah, are you gonna go open like the shutters of a window or something?
I would probably suggest looking through the shutters, not really knowing exactly what Curious Mind is wanting to look for, but she'll kind of open up the shutters a bit.
Okay. For that, I will have you do an extra, a separate stealth plus dexterity roll. You're of course remember that you can use willpower points and such to help your rolls.
Oh wow! All right, so that's 4 successes and 1 botch, which cancels it out. So I got 3 successes in total.
Okay, all right. Well, basically, what about Curious Mind is, are you gonna let Red Claw basically do the sneaky stuff there, or are you gonna sitting back, or are you
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I'm just standing behind her and having her do it all because this house is still like extremely new to me. I have no idea how I would get into it or something. So I'm just assuming that she knows what she's doing, and as soon as I'm like having access to where this woman is, I'll start sniffing around and I'll start trying to find something that has a scent of either Agnes or One Fang.
okay? As you get the shutter open, you see that it opens up into a rather large bedroom, which indicates that most likely they don't have separate bedrooms, though they have separate beds in that same bedroom. And you hear snoring from there. But it's so dark that it's extremely hard to see anything. Using, of course, smell and all that, and taking into consideration all sorts of other things like sound and all that, you could deduce what you can't basically see. But it is hard for you in your human forms to make out what's there, except for there's at least one person because you hear it snoring. Um, but yeah, it's completely almost pitch black as you look inside.
Do I smell the scent of Agnes or One Fang?
No.
I kind of look at Red Claw if she wants to do anything else.
No, if Red Claw will actually look back at you and go, did you find anything?
Kind of shake my head.
Hmm, very well. And she'll slowly close the shutters.
Okay. Well, I'll give you an opportunity to make a uh, perception plus investigation roll while you're searching around. You ask for such a specific thing if you smell Red Claw or One Fang or Agnes or One Fang or whatever that just make a perception plus investigation roll to see if you spot anything that would be out of the ordinary or something like that.
Uh,
Okie dokie.
does that apply to me as well?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, excellent. I got 1 success out of that.
I got 4 successes.
Okay, that's more excellent. One fan, no, a curious mind kind of notices Red Claw has kind of trouble making out anything that would seem interesting. But as curious mind kind of looks in and kind of smells stuff and listens closely, you notice that you only hear the breathing of one person, the person who's snoring. There's 2 beds. One of the beds is empty, and one of them has a snoring person in them.
I kind of tap on Red Claw's arm and kind of point at the empty bed. And I kind of shake like no one's there.
And she'll kind of nod her head slowly at that. Someone must be still abound.
I nod.
And then from there, she'll slowly close the shutters, and then kind of guide you out as she walks
As
about the.
you are closing the shutters and you're like, gotta be careful. It's like, oh, then you hear from behind you, and you're like, ah! It automatically like makes you jump as you hear the horse making sounds. But yeah,
She
it's
kind
nothing to worry about.
yeah, she kind of just jumps a little bit. And she's like, she kind of like eyes the horse a bit. One of the humans' many beasts of burdens that have been subjugated. Uh, she kind of just gives it a look as she walks by with a curious mind, and they walk about the town some more. Just at this point, on patrol and lookout.
Oh, okay. Well, um, in that case, I'll have you do one more roll for perception plus alertness, and based on that roll, I'll let you know.
All right.
Okay, I got one success out of that.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. This will take you long enough where I'm gonna return to One Fang and then see if I'll return to you guys after that. With One Fang, after Agnes has gotten you to lay in the bed with her, she will first of all she will just want to press herself closely towards you, and she will run her fingers through your hair and kind of like she's like your noses are almost like touching their like your almost as tight as can be where you can still see each other's faces and that sort of thing, and she's kind of like looking at your she's kind of looking at your hair as she's kind of running her fingers through it and kind of just feeling them with her fingers and all that sort of stuff, and she kind of uh, does this deep sigh and and uh, and then asks you, where have you been all this day throughout the day?
Um, sort of just quietly, in low whispering tones that you do when you're like nose to nose with someone. You don't like kind of yell out at each other.
Yeah.
He's like, we. I don't remember. Did we face off with the water creature in the morning?
Yeah.
Wow, we did a lot.
Yeah. As soon as we faced off with the water creature, then we went down and went on the rather spiritual journey of telling the bear about our deeds, and that's when we got our visions.
He's like, well, we cured a lake, and then there was a creature that we had to destroy, an eel fowl thing.
What
Then
kind of
we,
thing?
he's like, even one fan doesn't completely understand what it was, but he's like, it was like an evil essence of a creature. It was like residual. It's hard to explain. It's something you would have to see, but it was bad. But we and he kind of like motions, even though there's no one there, as if meeting the pack. We were able to take it down. It was like curious minded Red Claw and I. And after that, we were summoned by the bear, and we went to speak to him. And he's like, but not Master Bear. He's like, but the Great Bear himself. And he's like, you can't imagine what that's like. He's like, I wish I could show you to paint the pictures. He's like, but there's not enough colors in our realm to show the amount of color that was there.
What was it like, the bear? I mean,
He kind of pauses, probably longer than you would normally. He's like, he was strong and powerful and scary, but at the same time kind, knowledgeable, loving. He was everything. He's like things that I wish I was and things that I know that I am. Part of me, and he kind of absently reaches up to his the claw. since he's part of the bear. You know, he kind of draws on that, and he's like, it's a part of who I am, as much as being the wolf is a part of who I am. He's like, I wish there was a way that I could share that with you to let you know, besides giving you words, especially words that will never completely encompass what it all means. Then he kind of like looks at her and says, but all of that pales in comparison to you. He's like, when I think of you and how my heart feels whenever you're in my thoughts.
I feel that way too. I wish I could, I wish I could say with sincerity that I understand when you're explaining these things that you've experienced, and can't help but admit that I envy you in that way quite a lot. But at the same time, I feel perhaps it's only because we met such a short while ago. It's only been just about a year, and to think how quickly everything turned out and escalated, and how both of our lives have changed so profoundly and so quickly, and wrapped up together, and all this. I kind of feel that, especially now with uh, things going uh, things going to the direction that they're going with us starting a family and everything. I feel like in this extremely short period of time that we've gotten to know and love each other, I just feel that I just feel like I'm somehow moving further away from you as you're. Of course, I understand why is it that you need to do what you do and your role in the whole world and all that, but it's it's I'm staying here at home with our child inside me while you go around protecting the world, I guess, and it's I feel overwhelmingly ineffectual in that respect.
He actually laughs. He's like, you know, he's like, without you, I would not have even been able to do anything that I've done. Without the strength that you gave me, the confidence that you gave me, I would still be, I'd be, I'd be sitting with my uncle, being some sort of scribe or something, preaching some sort of religion that I do not believe anymore. He's like, I wasn't truly alive until I met you. You freed me from all of that. He's like, forever, you're the person, you're the ray of light that brought me, you know, out of the darkness. And I will forever not only feel that I owe you, but just love you for those reasons alone. Everything I do is because of you. So you, by action alone, you get all the credit that everything I do.
She as you say that, you can see that she doesn't look you in the eye. She kind of like her eyes move, looking at all different parts of your face, and she started to move her hand and her fingers around your cheek and your chin and your nose and all that as you were talking, and you can see that this glaze of moist kind of coming on top of her eyes as you were saying the words that you were saying to her, and she would start to breathe through her mouth as her uh, as her breathing would be more pronounced, and as she get more emotional, and she reaches forward and she kisses you and caresses you and squeezes you close, and and of course, that progresses into love making there, and she will more than usual, perhaps, she will exhibit these kind of clingy features about her, about the the interaction between the two of you. She will uh, kind of be clinched towards you, and have this kind of she will have this kind of she will have this kind of an intensity about her that you feel that relates to what she kind of mentioned there, where she it's kind of like she doesn't need to vocalize the kind of words of "don't ever leave me, stay with me," "don't let go" type of things, because those are kind of communicated through her body language, which
Right.
Emphasize those kind of feelings this time a lot more.
Which Michael would purely reciprocate, I think, completely at that point, anyways.
Yeah,
Because he
and
believes that.
yeah, and at some point, she, being kind of a wild young woman, and being kind of a this kind of a nature's child kind of a person from the moment you've known her, and all this sort of stuff. She when it comes to sex and all that, she isn't very, like, she doesn't have this cloud of um, any level of kind of self-hatred, or any sort of like, this guilt. She doesn't have this kind of a sin guilt type of a cloud around her at all. It doesn't feel like. And the lovemaking with her escalates into a pretty energetic one at certain points, and it's at that point of time that you feel like, almost like, the amount of stuff that you've gone through throughout the day, and having come back here, it does feel like a month, like you mentioned earlier. Like not just because we haven't played in a month. It's you've gone through so many new things. You've gone through so many new uh, you climbed so many new mountains and seen so many new things, that once coming back to these humble surroundings, where actually your kind of a motivating force of life kind of seeps from her. It's very much like you feel like it's you're kind of getting to a mindset where you're kind of losing yourself in the moment. But what snaps you out of it like that is something that might have gone through the minds of Red Claw and Curious Mind when they went to the cab driver's bedroom and saw that the daughter wasn't there. She wasn't there because you sense her smell, the same smell that was in the house right now, outside the mildly open shutters on your window. And when you do, you raise your head. You raise your head only to feel kind of a stream of slob, kind of drool coming out of your mouth, as you were so in the moment with Agnes. And you kind of raise your head with the kind of stream of slob coming there, and it's this kind of a image that you see before you, these mildly open shutters, and you see this open eye from between the shutters, and you see hands that are covering a mouth from behind the shutters. And it's just this kind of a, with seeing that, Yeah, she be creeping. She, you realize that during the act you've instinctively turned into your uh, glabra form, into your wolfman form, with the sticking teeth, the glowing eyes, and the hairy posture on body hair, as you're on top of the woman you love, with the child that you both of you created together inside of her, and you're staring, basically almost like you're staring at a barrel of a gun, as you see someone outside your window uh, witnessing you in this form, uh, mounting this woman that has a certain reputation in the town. And it's like this frozen moment in kind of a time, like time stops for a second as you see that, as your kind of mind processes that. And I'm going to leave it to you to describe how do you handle that situation.
Um, so as much as you know, our eyes kind of meet, or her single eye and my bright yellow eyes, you know, that wolf eyes, kind of glow and shine in the light. Um, Michael kind of he leaps up from the bed, and then notices that he's in that you know, that half transformed state, and wills himself out of it into human form. He grabs the cloak from the door and swings the door open, and he kind of looks, you know, assuming that it would be out the door and to the right where the bedroom would be. He looks over there, and you know, I don't know, probably through scent, if he picks up the smell of her. He's like, "What are you doing there?"
She hasn't escaped. She was basically like frozen stiff out of shock. You weren't in a form that would make people fall into delirium, but she is basically just. She might have just as well seen Satan there. It's basically she's completely shocked. So you know it's basically at the time there's the door next to the window there, and basically you got up, you shape-shifted, and you went to the door. At this point, Agnes hasn't said anything really in words. She's just like kind of alerted and kind of confused. But as you get out the door, you know, being all nude and everything, your human form. As you step out the door, there's this moment of her standing there, looking at the window, in this kind of a way, and you standing there next to her, and in the distance behind you, this duo of Red Claw and Curious Mind, having done their route around the town, having found nothing of interest, now ended their route at the final house, which was One Fang's house. You eventually wound up on your trek back here. So, and you arriving there see the commotion, nothing more detailed than a commotion, let's say. But there is this clear line of One Fang standing outside the door in nude, with a shocked, feeble woman in front of him, and behind One Fang, about what would I say the distance to be, in this darkness for you to make out what's in front of you. I would say that it would have to be something like 15 meters or something that you're away from them. So that's kind of like this kind of a it's what does everybody do? How does everybody react type of thing. The reaction on the woman's part is at this point is that she's shocked to silence. She covers her mouth and she's turned her eyes to look at One Fang, but she's like stiff. She doesn't move or make a sound.
So do me and Curious Mind, do we see that this is her?
You don't make out her features, but that's what you deduce. But between you and her, there's a naked One Fang standing in between, looking.
Well, I will rush up behind him, and I will say, "Oh, what's in the matter is going on here? What in the good Lord's grace has happened here?"
And the woman at this point looks like her hands are shaking, and it's like you have just about 1 or 2 actions left before she screams, let's say.
Oh, I see her now. I can recognize her when I walk up.
Hmm.
As soon as this happens, her veneer completely drops, and she kind of does this predatory, just ninja rush at her. And as soon as she does, her hand is poof right over her mouth, firm and grip. Just.
Okay. You don't have to make a roll for that. That's except if One Fang wanted to like act first, if you had something in mind. Curious Mind for your money, basically it's Red Claw rushing ahead. Basically, you both arrive, but Red Claw is the one who rushes ahead, starts to say something, and then Ninja bull rushes this woman basically. So whatever you would want to do, it would be challenging to go ahead of Red Claw in this situation. You have mute on. Roger, you have mute on. You are muted.
Sorry, I'm not used to using the mute button. Sorry, I'm fine with Red Claw being the aggressor, and actually, Curious Mind is just pleased with herself that she was right. Like she's like, bing, point for me, and she just walks up to this display and is waiting to see what One Fang and Red Claw are doing.
Yeah. Okay. What about One Fang? Would One Fang want to do something before Red Claw comes in to even say her bit or anything like that?
As One Fang threw open the door and surveyed the situation, he was kind of like, why? What are you doing? And he's so angry, so caught up in the euphoria of what he was doing prior, that this invasion of not only his privacy but twice really of everything that's going on is forcing his heart to pound, and his blood is just burning, and he feels the everything, the rage, even though he just pushed himself back into human form. He's just so angry at someone disturbing something that was so important and precious to him and to Agnes, that he's doing everything he can not to just explode into a furry mess of destruction at this point.
Okay. In that case, I will say that once Red Claw rushed in and was about to open her mouth, you would immediately, before even doing that, you would recognize the posture and the body language of your friend right next to you, and it's like you can still take it like back if you wish, where you can try and subdue him, or if you want, you can go ahead with the whole bull rush thing if as you described or something. But in that case, for Curious Mind at least to notice that One Fang is about to fly into a rage at any moment.
Yeah, if sorry, I wasn't realizing that that One Fang was so like. So she doesn't casually walk up there and like, oh, hello everyone. So she will actually then also rush forward and she'll call out like, is everyone all right? Where's Agnes?
and it's that kind of a buzzword of mentioning Agnes's name in this context, in this situation of multiple different things. It's like another like throwing a little bit more firewood into the fire, to use a term that One Fang would understand. It's firewood. But yeah, it's
Yeah, one thing doesn't.
it's if you really want to try and avoid frenzying, you could do a roll, but I think you would freak the hell out at this point.
Yeah, I think he would probably turn at the sounds of Agnes and turn towards the house and kind of reach up, and his hand would just immediately just burst into a claw as he would grab the framework of the door, just kind of scratching it as he starts going into the house as opposed to going towards the girl, as he's looking to make sure Agnes is okay, as that's his only thought,
Yeah,
as opposed to ripping her apart, though.
yeah. It's for a curious mind, this is getting pretty deadly pretty soon.
Wait, so does he transform into Krynos?
He's about to, and he already is about to rip the door hinges with his Krynos claws, which would leave lots of investigating to do for a certain someone who gets the wind of what may have happened here. So yeah, while you tackled basically the chain of events,
I didn't tackle her. I basically just ran up and just put my hand
oh,
right
okay,
on her
okay,
mouth.
okay.
Yeah, I just didn't want her screaming. That was Red Claw's main agenda. No screaming. Shut up. And then like he's just looking at her, and she didn't notice what's going on.
At the same time, when you went to silence her, One Fang started to freak out, and like curious mind in front of you, it's pretty much happening. Like if Red Claw lets go of the woman, she's most likely going to scream. If One Fang turns into a Krynos, she will fall into a delirium, and and also with One Fang having such tunnel vision and focus on securing Agnes, if he goes in the house while he's frenzying, it's very likely that Agnes will be turned into mincemeat. So, yeah, how do you try to?
I'll grab One Fang by the ears, and as he's trying to move his way in, I'll pull him out of the house.
Okay, competitive strength roll. Both of you roll strength, nothing more.
Okay, I'll use a willpower on this.
Okay.
Am I in any medium form, or just use my
You're
straight?
still in your human form. You're just about to change. Let's say if Roger fails to hold you back, then you will go forth with the change.
So I got a 9 and an 8, so 2 successes.
I got also 2 successes plus a willpower.
Okay, in that case, you just with that point you managed to.
Good willpower.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, as you're about to freak out, Curious Mind grabs you by the ears and is yanking you backwards, and you kind of arch backwards, but you're still kind of holding onto the frame of work of the door hinge there and all that, but you're not about to fall indoors type of thing. But
Did she like pull me to face her, like so I'm looking into her face, or?
Yeah, just like.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just like yanking him from behind.
No. I'm just grabbing him and like having him focus on me instead of Agnes, and.
Oh, okay.
Frenzying on her.
Okay, are you like trying to lock eye contact with him?
Yeah, just like and tell him like, okay, calm down.
Okay. For the do you happen to have any gifts or anything having to do with something that would fit this?
No, not really. Well, I've got Hunter's Harmony, but.
Yeah. I wonder what would be good, like, empathy. Let's use empathy.
I have empathy.
Yay! In that case, it'll be
Charisma? Charisma and empathy?
Yeah, charisma and empathy, trying to calm him and,
There we go. Charisma's my thingy. Let's see. Here we go. 110. That's 3 successes.
Okay. I'm not gonna make that a competitive roll with basically one fang getting yanked by his ears to basically like almost like forehead to forehead type of a situation with the two of you and you trying to calm him and his one arm is already like midway turning into a Krynos form as he was about to rip the hinges of the door. It looks pretty rough, and the woman on the ground is still like her eyes are like ginormous as she's witnessing this in front of her. But it does work, and it does have a calming effect. A curious mind is able to soothe his inner beast to the point where he regains his faculties. One Fang is back in control of himself, even though you are still very emotional and kind of hysterical. But it's not like you've lost control anymore, and your arm kind of goes back to your normal human arm. But yeah, there you are. You kind of regain your sense of self while having like this clear eye contact with a curious mind right there.
Yeah. While she was
With those bright blue eyes that she has.
while she was actually trying to calm him down, she probably instinctively have licked his face a few times, just like, okay, it's okay.
Okay,
It's okay.
that's a good like snapping out of it, like
Yeah.
when this attractive blue-eyed blonde woman is licking your face, and you're like, like.
Yeah, I mean, as the blood haze that's in my sight like clears, instead of seeing nothing but the red and the energy pulsing behind my eyes, I see her and then her licking me, which isn't that big of a deal as she's licked me before. Even in my head, I don't. Even though there's a beautiful blonde in front of me, that's not what I see. I see curious mind with the antlers, and that's who I see when I look at her. And my body just immediately lathers up with sweat, and I kind of lean forward and kind of hug her, and I whisper, I'm like, thank you.
A sigh of relief comes from my part.
Okay. Meanwhile, Red Claw has been there holding his hand over the mouth of the woman, and as this has been going on, the woman has had those big staring eyes that you know of what she's staring into, but she's very much like frozen, like only the kind of ease of tension and the fact that there's multiple people around, and instead of her just being alone in this kind of a hell pit with this kind of a demon there, fucking that witch woman. She feels like she's not like completely stiff anymore, but she is still she's in shock.
Red Claw is almost at her wit's end to know what to really do, because she has no idea how she is going to explain away this to the woman in a clever way. So her mind is just racing with options of what would happen and what she, what's going to have to take place. And so she's just watching her reaction, and she's basically waiting to see if she kind of goes off the deep end. Because she really has no other form of damage control at this point.
You've been there basically handling her yourself while Curious Mind has been handling the One Fang situation. But as your mind is racing, you kind of see by the edge of your eye, you kind of see Agnes there, who has kind of creeped into the door frame, looking from behind it, covering herself with the edge of the door there, door frame there, the wall, and she has this look in her eyes where um, it feels like as you're going through the different ways of handling this, it kind of sparks this kind of a additional, this kind of jab where it's not only about maintaining the secrecy of your werewolf society and all of that. It's like, oh my god, what's gonna happen to her type of thing, because you can clearly use your imagination and come up with the things people might do to her.
A Red Claw is purely, she's racing around. She kind of shoots a glare at Agnes, and she kind of just says in a deep tone, "Get back inside." As she kind of just stares back at the woman, again, her thoughts racing to dark areas, thinking about what might happen to her if this woman were to be allowed to leave, but also what's going to happen to her mind upon seeing one thing.
She immediately raises her eyes and looks at you, and looks kind of like her brow goes kind of in this kind of a confused, and also this kind of why does it have to be so type of thing, as she leaves the door frame and closes the door behind her.
Yeah, she just meets her gaze right back at the woman that she has her hand over the mouth of.
And as you turn to her eyes, you see that she started shaking. She started to uncontrollably shake, and you feel this kind of puff of air coming to your hand, and you see that her eyes that look like she hasn't blinked at all during this whole ordeal are now glazed and moist, and she's like in her very pale and kind of anemic kind of demeanor and look. You see tears falling off of her eyes and kind of hitting your fingers as you're on the hand.
Have I witnessed delirium before?
I don't know, maybe, but delirium is mostly like it's a completely like mad and hysterical state.
Okay.
It's something where it's kind of a werewolf equivalent of using one of those Men in Black mind wipe things. It's much more of a protection to werewolves in the sense that in the medieval times, there's no way of getting like photographic evidence or anything like that of werewolves, but the yammerings of hysterical people are taken much more to heart when it comes to superstitions. Whereas in the modern day, it's much more easier to get a photo of a werewolf or something, but people still don't believe it because it has to be a fake and all that. So it's still like she would become like hysterical, and like it's kind of this running away with your arms in the air, this kind of reaction. But it's not completely like a memory wipe thing. It's just that, okay, who's gonna believe a lunatic type of thing? Well, some people might very well, in the medieval time.
She glances back at one thing to see what stage he's in.
He's at this point just done hugging.
Yeah, he's starting to straighten up. He's starting to grasp everything that's happening. He in his left hand he had the cloak that he never put on. He now puts it on. Kind of tightens it up around himself so that he's not dangling out everywhere. He then kind of looks at Curious Mind one more time, just kind of nods at her to let her know that he really appreciates, that secondary look you give someone when they've just helped you, like, save someone's life. And then he kind of starts walking towards, what was her name again? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Her name is Esther Halvig.
Esther
Esther Halvig.
he starts walking towards Esther, and he kind of gets in front of her, and obviously she's going to back up, fearful of him, probably.
Well, I'm holding her at that point. Like I have
Yeah.
I have my hand over her mouth. She's not going anywhere, and we're standing at this point. But I've, I shoot you a very vicious glare when you come around. Like, the fuck were you doing? Sort of glare.
He kind of just shrugs and then goes towards her, and keeping a very serious face. I don't have the rules for it, but I have persuasion as a gift. Does that let me convince people of things that maybe they didn't see? Would that go into persuasion?
I don't think so, because I think that would be a very, very powerful thing. It can't be anything of first level. I think persuasion is more it's not like these aren't the droids you're looking for. It's kind of more of a doesn't this deal seem tantalizing? Shouldn't we, have peace instead of war type of thing? Unless I'm reading it wrong, it could be that.
No, that makes sense. I don't know. I only have it written down as persuasion, not the actual.
Yeah, but it's like, let's say vampires can have a supernatural ability where they can delete memories or convince people that what they saw was this and that and the other way, and it's a very high level ability. So I'll just check it, because I don't want it to affect persuasion. The gift allows a Hamid to become more persuasive when dealing with others in such a way that his statements and arguments are imbued with added meaning and credibility. An ancestor spirit teaches this gift system. The player rolls charisma plus subterfuge. If successful, the storyteller reduces the difficulty of a social roll by 1 for the remainder of the scene. In addition, it's just to lower the difficulty in social dealings. So, yeah, it's very mild gift in that sense. So it wouldn't help here, really. And Esther to be such a person with such religious convictions that just threatening her to keep her mouth shut wouldn't be a very trustworthy prospect. That she would tell someone she would trust, and
one thing will plant her head up against hers, up against Esther's, and with a deep sigh she will say, "I'm sorry." And she will transform into Glabra form. And as soon as she does, she grabs her head and then twists her neck in a sickening...
Can I try to stop her? I know that's almost impossible, but I mean, at the very least, I'm reaching out to stop her, and a look of horror on my face as I just see her rip her head off her.
Well, she's first transforming into Glabro form, so that takes a moment. And then...
Yeah, okay, I'll allow you to make a roll for One Fang to see if he can intervene, unless you want to spend a rage point, in which, of course, you can have the time to intervene. But basically, let's say, do you mean like you really want to intervene, or do you wish to have more of a
something you can hide behind? Like, I tried to stop her.
No.
Yeah, I'm just really. It's like in the sense of drama.
I mean, killing for Michael is just that's not any. Killing a demon spawn beast is way different than killing a human or a werewolf, and he'll do everything I can possibly. Whatever I can do to stop her from snapping his neck.
Okay. In that case, you would be able to at least, let's say she says I'm sorry and turns into Glub. You see her say I'm sorry and shapeshift into Glubra form. That should give you the hint enough where you're able to intervene if you wish. Though, because Red Claw, because Phil gives such a it's kind of a heavy thing, so it's like. But I'm going to allow you to
Yeah, I reach out and I grab her. I'm like, no, please, no, don't. And
She turns to you and she stops when you do that, and she'll turn to you and say, "You don't understand. She will talk, and it's not just our society that'll be at danger. Agnes will be in danger. Your child will be in danger because she saw you in this form. Look upon her eyes and tell me that we cannot do nothing to tell her or convince her otherwise. This has to be done. You might not like it, but this is the price to pay when we let our guard down and we let others see our true selves. This is what I was telling you earlier. Damn it, this could have all been avoided had you just listened to me. But we can't do anything about it now, except," and turns her gaze upon Esther. She has a sorrowful look in her eyes. She's not. This isn't something that she's going to do for the fun of it. She honestly didn't want for this to happen, but in her mind, knowing her and knowing the fact that there's just no way she could just sit there and say, "Oh, he's just had one of his hairy days." Like that's not going to fly with this woman. So it's like, the jig is up.
One Fang, you could hear his voice, cracking as he's on the verge of just hysteria at knowing that you might kill this person. You can't. She doesn't. What has she seen? She hasn't. She can't see. The room was dark. What did she see?
She saw you in this form when you were trying to get inside. Pointing to her Glabra form, which she is now in.
Right, but she can't see. Technically, she can't see you really, because you're behind her, right?
No. I'm in front of her. Like she was in front of her the whole time. Yeah. And she now has the horror of witnessing her hand growing larger, her fur covering her face, and her growing a bit of fangs a little bit taller than her. Once seen cannot be unseen. If you had gone into Krynos form, there would be no option. She would just be a gibbering mess, and this would draw more attention to everyone in the village. They would want to ask questions. What happened to her? How did this happen? At least this way, we can plant. She kind of looks away when she says this. We can make it look like it was an accident. It would protect you, your wife, your child, and all of us. This is what I meant before.
He kind of his hand shaking. We can't. But she didn't. He's like, she didn't do anything wrong. We can't. There's no. I can't kill her. You can't kill her.
She didn't do anything wrong. This isn't about right or wrong. This is about survival. If more people start searching for us, then more of these situations will come up. You know her, Faith. You know what she'll do. She'll only follow what her instincts tell her. How do you suggest we deal with this?
Looks at her over your shoulder. He's like, you'll forget you saw anything, right? You won't do anything, right? Almost pleading with her. Knowing it's futile at this point, but he's looking for anything in her eyes to say that she'll just not do anything, to Esther.
Yeah, I hear you, but she's in a state of mind where she's not. There isn't anything coming back. She just has those eyes as big as can be, with that glabro hand covering her mouth with tears coming down.
He kind of shakily reaches forward and he puts his hand over your hand, like to put over her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see his hand just grows as he gets into the Krynos form.
We could give her a fighting chance.
One Fang kind of ignores that and just kind of tries to take your position, basically, Red Claw, where he's holding her. And now in Krynos, he's much larger than you are.
Well, and as soon as you go into Krino's form, and she's now obviously looking, Red Claw just kind of shakes her head, and she's like, she turns to you, Curious Mind. She says, "Well, we're too late now. He's gone into Krino's form."
We can send her into the Umbra.
No, you can't.
We can't send her into the Umbra?
No.
No.
Werewolves are the only physical things who can travel to the spirit world. The only way a spirit can travel to the physical world is if it's housed in a fetish item. Physical creatures can't get into the spirit world.
Oh, okay. Well, that sucks. Okay.
It's as you turned into your Krynos form, Red Claw doesn't notice a shift or a change in the woman's behavior, but when you go to put your hand on top of her mouth instead of Red Claw's hand, you can see in the kind of a mixture of hands and fingers as the new hand kind of goes there, you can see that her mouth, while as it was before just this kind of natural, just kind of loosely opened, now it's like opened to like such lengths where you would think tendons on the jawbone would be severed. It's like these giant eyes with this mouth looking like her soul is being sucked out of her, and she's now completely sheet white with just like crud and moist and everything coming out of her eyes, and also her nose being like a faucet, and all this. She's just completely like she's shaking like like a little kid's like shaking toy or something. She's just completely like shaking stiffly there as that giant Krynos hand covers her mouth. She looks fucked up.
As soon as he sees that shocked expression, he scoops her up and just runs into the woods, running north as fast as he can,
One thing.
leaving everyone behind.
At this point, Red Claw saying this, he's not knowing, she doesn't know what he's planning on doing, so she will immediately run after him, as she is in her Glabra form, but it's not any comparison to the Krynos. But she doesn't want to risk any more exposure, so she actually will revert back into human form, and she will run to the edge of the woods. When she gets to the edge of the woods, she will immediately declothe, head into Krynos, and then chase after One Fang.
His bow is faster.
Oh, okay. She'll go in her Hispo form. Her Hispo.
What about Curious Mind?
I'll look at the two of them. I'll look at the house, and I'll go into the house where Agnes is.
Okay, as you enter, you see that she's kind of in the corner. She was kind of like trying to peek through one of the shutters on the window, but as soon as you step in through the door, she's kind of like, and she has the covers from the bed on top of in front of her, and she looks legitimately frightened as you step in.
I walk towards her, and I put my arms around her.
She'll just kind of like she's clearly frightened, and she'll be like, "What's going on? What's happening?"
The woman from the village, she saw Michael's different state. I don't know what they're going to do.
Can't help but crack a smile. But yeah, sorry. Yeah, continue.
I don't know what they're going to do to her. I fear she might not live.
See to Michael. That's all that's all that matters to me. Just see to him.
Curious mind looks somewhat surprised at this statement, like, oh well, he's the only one that cares. That matters to me.
Well, it's true.
Yeah, no, it's true, but she's like, Michael will be all right. He'll be looked after. I kind of very carefully and very softly put my hand on her stomach and say, this is not good for your child. You should go to bed.
And when you place your hand on top of the belly, you can feel a definite kick and a definite pulse there. Where it's like this. Yeah, you definitely feel like the presence of a developing human being inside another human being's body there. You feel like the pulsating, throbbing, like blood flow and the teeny heartbeat inside, and all that.
I'll guide her to the bed and say, don't worry. I'll look over you. Nothing's going to happen.
Thank you. She kind of sits down on the bed and she rests her head on her hands. Meanwhile, John has a good expression on. Yeah, what's going on with One Fang as you're running through the woods in your Krynos form with a woman, hysterical, delirium-driven, ridden woman dangling from your hand as you're running, with having Red Claw in his form on your trail, who you know is going to catch up with you very soon. So
yeah, one Fang is I mean, at this point he's got his hand, he's holding her, trying to cradle her, so he doesn't want to hurt her, even though he knows he's going to kill her. And even as he's running, he just kind of completely covers her face, as much in shame so he doesn't have to see her face, but as much, to suffocate her as well. Not wanting to just snap her neck or anything like that. He can't do that. But as he's running, he continues to do that, and you can, even like Red Claw, as she's following behind, she can probably pick up the scent of like self-hatred and the smell of fear and coming off of him as he moves towards where the bear cairn is. As that's one of the few places he feels safe, and if he can make it there before she reaches him, I don't know. That's up to you.
Well, what about it, Phil? Do you wish Red Claw to have a legit fighting chance on reaching him and stopping him before he gets there, or are you fine with you reaching him as you get there?
I am fine reaching him as he gets there.
Okay, then we don't need to make a die roll or anything. It's much more satisfying with having One Fang reach basically the little stone shrine that you have there with the bear pelt and all that, and the little clearing in the woods as you arrive there. But as you're going and as you're suffocating the woman, it's not as easy as just kind of putting a hand on top of her nose and mouth and just like wishing it'll be quick or something like that. It's like you're physically using your hands to squeeze the life out of a fellow living human being, and it feels like it lasts forever as you are doing it, and you feel every minute little twitch, every little cramp, every little um, insufficient attempt to suck in air through your hand. You feel every little suckage on your paw, and you feel every attempt to puff warm air out of her mouth, but which gets blocked by your massive hand. It's and you, yeah, you feel like you're definitely directly ripping the life out of this woman as you're running, but you do arrive there, and as you arrive into that little stone shrine, that's when Red Claw catches up to you.
Well,
Is-
as I catch up, like she's running and she leaps into the air, and then during that leap, she morphs into Krino's form, and lands before you, walking up. One Fang, what are you planning to do?
You see, even in his Krinos form, there's like thick tendrils of water just leaking out of the sides of his eyes, as he's obviously weeping, and you can see at this point she's going to be dead by now, right? As I'm holding her, and One Fang just kind of like looks at you, and even as he does, he takes the last 10 or so steps towards the altar. His body begins to shift out of Krinos and Glabros, and then into his human form, and he just kind of falls to his knees, and you can hear him just whispering over and over again. He keeps saying, I'm sorry," and he kind of lays her down, and then like kind of just gently parts her hair out of the way, so he can look at her face.
The whole time, as she's been dead, and at the moment from when you first saw her face after she was dead to the point where you're like moving her hair and all that, her expression in her eyes hasn't changed one bit. Her mouth has gone a bit like lazy, her nose has gotten kind of crushed, and her complexion has gone completely pale with this kind of bruising color around her nose and mouth and all that, and around her eyes as the pressure has increased. But those eyes are still giant and very, very profoundly, condemningly staring straight at you, One Fang.
Uh, as Red Claw approaches, she's much slower, but she's still in her Krino's form, and she looks over at the body, and she notices the crushed nose and expression. Realizing how he killed her, she looks over at him. Why didn't you break her neck? And she kind of gently takes her massive clawed finger underneath your chin and gently raises you up. Not forceful at all, just a gentle persuasion upwards. And her large thumb, she kind of rubs ever so gently a tear from it.
He kind of resists slightly, but then lets his face come up. He's like, she was delirious. She couldn't know. She doesn't know what happened. And this way I suffered with her.
There was no need to make her suffer like that. I understand what you were trying to do, but that's why snapping the neck is much more effective. It's quick, painless. She doesn't feel anything, and it's over. The nightmare will be over for her. The old fear no longer plaguing her. But what's done is done. She looks over at the corpse now. This is why it's important for us to keep our secrets the way they are. This is no mere game. This is about survival and lives. Her life would have been spared had none of this happened. Unfortunate as it may be, This had to be done. There was no way she would have been able to have talked and not arouse suspicion. Were we to spirit her away to some far distant land, she'd have to explain how she had gotten there. It would have only aroused more suspicion. That's why we go through such lengths to make sure that we don't ever arouse any of it. This is what it means. You must hide constantly. They are never ready for what we really are. Our true selves. The old fear will awaken within them, and they will find themselves amongst the thralls of destruction of their own mind. They can't handle it. What we have done those many moons ago still remains, still lingers in their mind. We must always be vigilant of this. There may yet come a day where we will not have to hide, but this is not the day. Take this lesson to heart, young one. This will stay with you for a long time. Learn from it, so that no more lives may perish like this. And then she kind of takes her clawed arm and reverts back into human form. And as she does, she's rubbing her head, and she kind of just goes in to hug you. And as she's patting your back, she goes, "It's not your fault. None of us could have known this was going to happen. But what's done is done. We must learn from it and be more cautious in the future."
One thing, he's like, I killed her. It was my fault. I caused the pain.
No, it was instinct, reaction. These things were set in motion long before either of us ever came into existence. These things cannot be helped, but when they are happened, the deed must be done. Thus, why we go through such lengths to make sure they don't happen in the first place. Learn from this. As painful as it may be, you must learn from this so that you may save more lives. Yes?
He sort of nods against you. And he's like, all I wanted is for everyone to live. Wolf, for everything. He's like, now I've killed.
Not everything works out the way we want it to. We have to learn to live with our mistakes and the mistakes of others. And the best we can do is learn. And in the end, we make sure we save more. And she'll turn to the body. Leave the body to me. I'll have to come up with a method of making it look like an accident. Go. Return back to your home.
One Fang stands there, kind of just lost, basically. He's like, I thought perhaps, still tears coming down. He's like, maybe we could bury her. We could bury her here with the bear spirit.
She cannot be buried here. Her family needs to know what had happened to her. If she were to be buried here, her family would need to know where she is. They'd ask questions. They'd look around. They'll search endlessly. Questions will be had. We can't have these things. We have to make this look like an accident. Maybe afterwards, if you so desire it, we may dig up her body from the cemetery. But that would be more questions to be asked, more risk of being discovered, do you understand? I know you wish to do well. But know that she need not be buried here near the bear spirit in order to receive such blessings. All souls that have been parted from this world will go unto Gaia and know that her suffering in this life will not be the same in the other. Her soul will be reforged by Gaia and reborn again, without the pain and without the suffering. That is the gift, the love of Gaia. She blesses us with all of this. Why we fight so hard to maintain it.
One Fang sluggishly moves towards the body of Esther and just kisses her forehead. And he says, "I'm sorry." And then he turns into a large wolf and runs out of the woods.
When you kiss her forehead, it's as cold as kissing a stone, and it's as you turn into a wolf, and you just run into the woods to run in the woods and kind of get lost or something. Yeah. Okay. What about Red Claw?
As he runs off into the woods, she will walk over towards the corpse and place a hand upon her forehead. May you be welcome in the embrace of Gaia, as all are. And she picks up the body, and then what she'll proceed to do is she will carry it in Krinos form to a location not far from there. In fact, what she'll do is she will find a creek that's nearby, and what she'll do is she will make it seem like she slipped and broke her neck in the creek.
Okay.
And she'll just kind of leave the body there, and she'll leave like a little a breadcrumb trail, if you will, to make sure that when the family goes looking, that she will be easily found. Unfortunately.
Okay. That will be the final roll of the evening, and for that I'm going to have you roll manipulation plus subterfuge. And once that ordeal is done, I think we're going to. No, I'm gonna still have you return to Curious Mind.
Okay, I'm going to spend a willpower point.
Okay.
Now, can I use it to auto succeed, or do?
No, it gives you one, the equivalent of one successful die.
Okay, well I'm going to spend 2 then.
No, you can only spend one at a time.
Just one? Okay, gotcha. Alright, so there we go.
And if you get a botch, it can cancel the willpower given success.
Okay, well I actually did get a botch there. I got a botch and a 7, so I will use the willpower point to cancel out the botch.
Yeah, you already mentioned it before, so it doesn't matter that. But normally you have to always declare that you're going to use it before you make the roll.
Oh, okay.
No, but you did.
Alright.
At least that's how I understood it. So I have leniency.
Well, that's a single success I got.
Yeah,
Doing this.
better than nothing. Better than nothing. Okay. What about after you've done that? Are you gonna return to Curious Mind in the house?
Yeah. This will be a few hours later. After doing the deed, she'll kind of glance back at the corpse, and she'll just shake her head at what kind of a mess this has become. And returning back, she'll grab her clothes, get back in her clothing. But again, when they see her, her demeanor will not be like it was before. She will be acting like Red Claw, walking in, silent and stoic, looking at One Fang, walking over and...
No, One Fang isn't there. One Fang is running in the woods somewhere lost. Or at least that's what I understood the aim to be, that he's kind of lost here, so he's kind of lost physically as well.
Okay, well, she will assume that he had returned back, so she would go back to Curious Mind.
Yeah. So throughout this whole time, Curious Mind has been there comforting Agnes, who has, after a little while after your last scene ended, has fallen asleep. And beyond safeguarding her, there isn't really much that had happened during that time. So unless if there's anything you want to mention, Roger, about what you would have done while she was asleep before Red Claw would have arrived at the house.
Well, yeah. Curious Mind will be browsing through books, but most of them will be in Latin, so she won't be able to read it. But after that, she'll quietly be looking at forks, knives, little tools that Michael might have around the house, and she'll be examining them and looking like, where could he use this for, and actually try to find ways to use it, unless it makes too much sound, because her primary concern is that she needs to be quiet and that Agnes needs to sleep for her unborn pup.
Yeah,
Baby.
but after time seems to fly when you're doing this kind of research, and after a while, when it's something like I would say 3 at night or something, Red Claw will arrive to the house. It's something where it's like only a couple of hours or so until you could expect a dawn to break and the first people to wake up who normally wake up. So it's kind of been a rough night, but yeah, Red Claw arrives alone with empty hands.
Petra, where is Michael?
I thought he came back here.
No, he hasn't returned.
She lets off a deep sigh, and then she'll walk back out, and then she'll say, I'm going to go look for him.
All right.
And then from there, she will head back out into the woods. And, well, from there, she'll just start wandering about, trying to find him. She's not going to, is it still dark out?
Yeah.
Okay, she's actually going to just flat out disrobe in the house, leave the clothes there, go into Lupus, and when she's in the woods, she's going to go into Hispo, and she's just going to start scanning minefield style the entire area, sniffing every rock and tree, limb. She needs to find our boy here.
Mm.
If he doesn't mind to be found, you could have just howl at him.
Well, he most likely doesn't want to be.
Yeah, well, just.
What about Curious Mind? Are you gonna stay behind alone to?
I am, yeah. Curious Mind believes that Agnes might be in danger, so she's staying here and is looking over her. And as Petra leaves the house, she picks up the tool again and just starts to look at it again, like, okay.
Okay. Well, it was a rough night, but and a rather long session, but we got through it, and yeah, shit hit the fan.
Yep.
To put it mildly. But yeah, I'm gonna let everybody who are watching to finally have a breather. So I'm gonna end the broadcast. So thank you for watching and goodbye.
Bye, everyone.